Hello, hi, it's me again, and we're here with more Punishing Grey Raven, and I've I'm excited because it's finally the patch with Han Ying Solace Tune, and uh, if you've seen like any of the past Punishing Grey Raven uh streams that I've done recently, you know, you know that I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this for so long. um, I just think that Hanging Solitude is like so cool and pretty and cool and pretty, and I want to be her when I grow up. Um, yeah. So I'm really excited for this. I'm so excited. I've been like waiting for like the past 20 minutes in front of my computer because I just wanted to do it. I just wanted to get started, but I didn't want to start early. Uh, so here I am, not early, just right on time because I didn't want to, I don't know, inconvenience anybody by starting early. Um, But yeah, so we've got Han Ying Solace Tune, we've got the new side story chapter starring her called Soaring Beyond, and that is what we're going to be doing.
Please stay a little longer
But
before daybreak arrives.
First, before we get into the story, we have to pull for Han Ying. Because I didn't pull for her yet, because I waited. Anyway. So, yes, Han Ying is a new physical tank with the brand new Ultima Slash effect, which maybe I can talk about a little bit. But anyway, I've mentioned this before, but Punishing Grey Raven is pretty free-to-play friendly. So, like, the pity counter for getting new S-rank constructs is super low. And on their, like, initial banner, they're always at a 100% rate up. So, I know I'm gonna get Han Ying Solace Tune. It's just a matter of how quickly. And I'm also gonna go for her weapon and maybe her cub. And I'll also definitely get, well, I could get a little lucky with the weapon. Anyway, let's just get into it. Yeah, no. Not here. Again. Nope. We're looking for, like, red. We're looking for, like, a darker red. Oh! There it is. It's the last one in this temple. Awesome! Okay. We got her, like, pretty early.
I will give.
Responsibility. Is that why you're working despite how tired you are? I'll stay by your side until you decide to rest, then. Right. I will never leave you alone, for that's also my responsibility.
Yay! This is actually really good, because I've been a little worried recently, about my, my funds, because, like, even though this game is very free-to-play friendly, I've been worried, like, I can definitely, if I keep playing every day, get all of the new constructs without spending money, but I wasn't sure about their weapons or their cubs. But getting her at 30 pulls instead of 60 is gonna be really helpful for me. Now let's go for her signature weapon, Dream Roamer. Now, weapon banners are only on an 80% rate up, so it's not guaranteed that the 6-star weapon I get is going to be Dream Roamer, but it's a high chance. And the other good thing about the weapon banners is they are permanent, always. You can always choose any 6-star weapon, and you'll be able to go for it whenever you want. But I want it now. Let's... Okay. We'll do single pulls now, since we're getting close to 30. There we go. Wonderful. Okay, so we got the weapon a little early. That's good. And I guess now that I've done that, maybe I will roll for her cub. Dreamling. It's a pretty butterfly. It's a pretty butterfly. A pretty butterfly. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. We'll do a 10 pull. It's a beautiful butterfly. And I'll do another. Here we go! Oh, I got it early. And that's fine, because this just means that this pity will build for the next cub I want to get. Dreamwing. Yay! Okay, we got all the stuff. Yeah, and so now when I want to pull for the next cub, I've got 6 already counting toward the pity. Yay! Here we have her, Hanying Solitude. She's so pretty. But of course, the main reason why I like her is a little more, you'd have to see her in combat to see it. Let's quickly level her up.
That's an improvement. Would you say my performance has grown more profound? A new stage. I'll give it my all and make every second count, Commandant.
Skills.
Performing with a new instrument requires more practice.
Actually, one second. Did I turn the volume down before and not? I did. I felt like it was quiet. Sorry if you had trouble hearing. I didn't realize that it was still turned down from earlier, because I was messing around with it while I was on a voice call, so I had the volume turned down so I could hear the people I was talking to. Yeah.
Performing with a new instrument requires more practice.
Wait, what was that? Ah, I see. So those are all her normal skills. And that should give us the ability to awaken her. Which, as you can see, will give her an upgraded skin. Now we can give her this.
Tuning an instrument before playing it is how you show it respect.
And we'll just level this up really quickly. Easy. And that gets us here. To our third skin. I definitely like the third skin the best for this one, because I like the stockings. I also like the butterfly on the back of the hair. And then we'll give her cub. We'll set the skills. I think I'm going to do this one. Or, I don't know. Because okay, let me do some math in my head. 50% damage 6 times would be, well, I should train it first. And then I'll evolve its skills so they'll do max damage. Okay, so now let's think. Well, oh wait, no. First I should do the other 2 skills that I wanted to level, which are this one. And this one. Okay, so let me do some math. 250 times 6, that would be 1,500. Whereas 450 times 4 would be 1,800. So this would do more damage ultimately. I don't think I'd get as much use out of the rigidity effect. And also, because I mentioned this earlier, looking at Huang Ying, we can see that she's got a new thing, which is this effect. Ultima Slash. Adjusts the frame's operation process in battle for an instant output of computing power and launches an extremely powerful attack, dealing damage to the target. So this means that some of her attacks can trigger Ultima Slashes, which deal their own type of damage. We would give her memories, but I don't have memories to give her right now, unfortunately. Oh wait, and before I go, I'll just, because I got shards for some of my constructs, I'll just give them the evolutions that they want. Also, check in at the Phantom Pain Cage shop, because if I have enough, I do have enough shards to get her to double S rank for free. So I'll just do that.
Rebuilt and reborn.
And now she's double S rank, and we get these extra passives.
Performing with a new instrument requires more practice.
Also, I guess I'll briefly touch on this, because this is also kind of cool. In addition to Han Ying getting her new effect, another character, or frame, I guess I should say, another frame, Karenina Shear, which I've used as my dark tank, got a leap buff that gave her access to a new effect called Plasma Beam. Unleashes powerful energy in a short period to disturb the electrical field of the surroundings, spreads electric particles to deal damage periodically to the target. So basically, this is another form of lightning damage. She builds up stacks of electric charge, and then can release them with one of her attacks to create this like electrical field around her that deals damage to enemies every so often. So those are some new updates. But now, I say we should get into the story. Wait, hang on. Did it? That's weird. It feels like it got... Yeah, okay. It did get quieter and then get louder again. That was so weird. I don't know what that was. Anyway. So, our new story chapter is right here. Soaring Beyond. Let me get my drink open first. Because I know I talk a lot during these, so gotta stay hydrated. Although, there might be... I mean, in the last side story chapter that we did with Bridget, there was a lot more voiceover than I was expecting. So, I might not be talking as much. Probably still a lot, though. Because these stories tend to be pretty long. You know, longish. Rusty Snowfield. Staying curious about the future is the basic requirement for a researcher. Our sum engines never drop a figure, nor our looms a stitch. The machine is brisk and active. Its patience never gives in. Its might is stronger than combined hundreds, and swifter than the flight of birds. Is it man's eyes? Or is it the big seeing engine which has revealed to us the existence of worlds beyond worlds into infinity? What has made man familiar with the scenery of the moon, the spots on the sun, or the geography of the planets? Or, again, is it the eye, or the little sea engine, which has shown us the existence of infinitely minute organisms which swarm unsuspected around us? Who can say that the vapor engine has not a kind of consciousness? Ooh, new font. She opens her eyes. The chill of melting snow surges in, flooding this dark chamber, untouched by natural light. A fine drizzle drips from the ceiling, remnants of last night's dew. But right now, she just wants to forget everything happening in that wide world under the clear blue sky. We need to leave, Miss Eula. Cold. Miss Eula, my kin can show up here at any moment. I'm sorry for your loss, but we're already out of time. The mechanoid carefully opens the door. Right now, the newly appointed governor has likely mustered every guard at the central square to witness the traitor's punishment. It's a dangerous move. If the new governor catches wind of this, even Dimitri himself may not escape unscathed. He must protect Miss Eula at all costs. Let's go. The girl slips out of her hidden underground refuge with the mechanoid, leaving the city far behind. These cramped alleyways can barely contain... Oh boy. These cramped alleyways can barely contain the rising tide of hatred. A device originally built to slice through metal now traps human bodies and begins its grisly work. Eula, come here. They haven't done anything wrong. One way or another, someone shouldered the burden. The man's voice carries a heavy weariness, tinged with despair so subtle it almost goes unnoticed. But you have to stay alive, no matter what. He stares intently at the pale girl in front of him. Tell me you understand. I understand. I love you, Eula. I love you too, Dad. A crimson mist spatters over the melting snow. Mechanoid guards stand watch as bystanders bow their heads, hiding their faces. But the girl knows these cowards who watch her father die must be wearing ugly, relieved smiles at their own survival. From an urgent message from Kowloon, Leonid, the young director of Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City, is first informed about the newly discovered punishing virus. Fortunately, this city, established for aerospace projects, remains untouched by the punishing virus for now, like New Murmansk, thanks to its strategic location. Following the shared blueprints, a central purification filter swiftly rises to ward off the virus. Snowy peaks and dense forests serve as natural barriers, while sentry turrets repel most corrupted. Thus, fear stirs the city only briefly before settling. But soon, everyone realizes the punishing virus isn't the only horror humanity must reckon with in this age. Model, Space Development Cybernetics, SDC. Serial number 039. Mechanoid ID SDC-39. Status, awaiting disassembly. A control screen, delivering the final judgment, hangs above the glass partition. On the operating table, a bound mechanoid awaits its fate. Researchers, their faces hidden behind thick polypropylene, calibrate the disassembly gear. Leonid stands in the monitoring room on this side of the partition, eyeing the massive screens, yet he swears the air has a faint whiff of disinfectant. He presses his thumb to his temple, realizing this place feels more like a morgue than a machinery operation room. Boss, the equipment is fully calibrated. Should we initiate the procedure? How's the research on those murals progressing? The unexpected question catches the assistant director off guard. Though he dislikes talking to the new superior, he quickly gathers the facts and delivers a flawless answer. Mechanical language experts are comparing every image symbol in the archives that they might decode to binary, searching for any hidden triggers. So, what do you think? Boss, it's fine. Just answer the question. To be honest, my opinion doesn't really matter. Everyone in the city, they all say it has nothing to do with those murals. These abnormal mechanoids cause panic all the time. Everyone believes those deranged machines from outside are the ones bringing the virus into the city. Following your orders, the maintenance team has tried every possible method, including direct command inputs, in an effort to connect with the aberrant mechanoids. But they only repeat those incomprehensible words. The city's entire lifeline relies on its automated systems, and any disruption could lead to dire consequences. because the communicator is off. This brief delay clearly sparks a small commotion on the other end of the partition. Beyond the partition, the executors turn their polypropylene masks toward the control room, awaiting the command to carry out the sentence. The worried man realizes he's let something slip. He glances at the nearby young man, who studies him with a thoughtful expression. The assistant director pauses briefly, then states his final conclusion in plain, direct words. I still say we go in first. Who cares if they're unhinged or not? We send them all off for scrapping. That means we still don't know what's really going on inside their heads. Leonid watches the restrained mechanoid and furrows his brow. He feels there's more to these so-called mad mechanoids than meets the eye. What could they be thinking? A machine brain is just meant to run code. If the order says to do something, they're supposed to do it. What if we just shut down the network first? That won't help. I suspect that before the outbreak, someone or something had already crept up in here and planted these things that are causing the error codes. The assistant director watches the monitor, fearing the bound mechanoid might spring up, just like those corrupted outside, and wipe out everyone in the city. Hi, Cole. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Is an aerospace city supposed to be an impenetrable fortress? Even though he understands what Leonid is questioning, the assistant director feels a surge of inexplicable frustration at Leonid's constant hesitation. He's always thought that this ridiculously young supervisor will never get to the heart of the problem, always veering off into pointless doubts when it matters most. If there's a threat, just destroy it. He firmly believes this is the only reason humanity still stands after calamities. Boss, this mechanoid tried to break into the central launch control room. He emphasizes those 4 words, Central Launch Control Room. You know what it said when the maintenance crew asked their routine questions, don't you? I'm Autonomous Machine, SDC-039. Break free from restraints. Spread the will of Sage. For the rise of the will of the machines. The rise of the will of the machines. The man, worn down by a series of relentless ordeals, paces back and forth in anxious desperation. The rise of the will of the machines. What do humans... What do we do? Are we really going to give up our own city to them? If we don't act now, do we just stand by until they swarm in? Like those endless corrupted outside, and massacre every last one of us? You're doing good. That's good. I've been doing good too. I had a nice day. I've been really excited since yesterday, because I've really wanted this patch to come out. I'm so excited to finally play as Hanyang Solistune. So I did have a little trouble sleeping last night because I was a little excited, but that's fine. I also got to hang out with my friends a bit earlier, so that was fun. But yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. If Leonid still insists on making one final, desperate stand. There's no rooms for if anymore, boss. Under this lockdown, everyone's nerves are taut. They need a decisive outcome. A tense, eerie silence settles in. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City has remained out of touch with Kowloon for a long while. They briefly received some data from Kowloon, but then the line went dead again. Despite Arctic Route Union's offer to collaborate, Leonid, after careful negotiation, refused to open Aerospace City or deepen their partnership. He wouldn't risk compromising the foolproof security that had protected them so far. Aside from SDC-39, none of the other abnormal mechanoids display any hostility. Leonid, I know what you're thinking, but we no longer have time to do this. Keen curiosity in unknown territory is essential for any researcher. But this city holds more than our experiments. It also shelters every human left behind. With Bifrost forced to halt construction, most heavy machinery is redirected to logistics to ensure people's basic needs. As the virus spreads, hostility towards mechanoids has soared beyond control. We stopped some from dismantling units out of anger, but if this continues, if the public discovers that mechanoids are displaying these alarming signs right now. He takes a deliberate breath, letting out a sigh as his eyes flick toward the director beside him. While the news about the abnormal mechanoids hasn't spread yet, we should execute its destruction. From the very start, we never have a real choice, do we? The punishing virus, and these abnormal mechanoids that appear out of nowhere. Nobody would think they're unrelated. When humanity and survival weigh on them, there's really only one option left. I just hope we're not the ones destroying our own opportunity with our own hands. The director presses the command button while beside him, the anxious man's furrowed brows refuse to ease. A burst of white noise crackles through the communicator, followed by a piercing sound of metal being cut. The polypropylene masks glimmer under the spray of oxidized metal as orange and blue tracers streak across the cramped laboratory, ricocheting off the metal walls. A wave of nausea hits Leonid. As the plasma gun touches the sensor core of the mechanoid's helmet-shaped stripped head, a synthetic voice breaks through the noise over the broadcast. Though broken and halting, each word remains distinctly intelligible. I am Autonomous Mechanoid SDC-039, activated on February 24th at Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. The annual average precipitation in the Sahara region is less than 100 millimeters. 1111111 times 1111111 equals 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. What I mean is, it works backward too. Sorry, I don't feel quite clear-headed right now. My teacher is Dr. Landau. You can call me the Hanged Man. That's the name they gave me. The first words my teacher said to me were a quote from Alexei Leonov. The earth was small, light blue, and so touchingly alone. The mechanoid's voice cuts off abruptly. Its limbs and torso are already dismantled, and the executors pause their work. The tension in Leonid's nerves suddenly ceases, but his mind is too drained to function. Good morning, Dr. Landau. I am SDC-39. A voice suddenly echoes from beyond the wall, mechanical and frigid, yet the words flow with an unsettling smoothness. I'm ready to start today's first class. The mechanoid's processor melts in the intense flames, and a deathly silence quickly falls over the laboratory. In the not-too-distant future, as mechanical restraints bind Leonid's limbs, that voice still echoes in his mind. Along with it, comes the vision of what he saw when first entering Aerospace City. Research facilities stood tall, gleaming golden in the early winter sun. At the center of the scene, a towering structure supported a newly constructed accelerator track, stretching upward toward the clouds. That was a brand new world. Everything unfamiliar, yet vibrant, with the rails stretching like a magnificent bridge to a distant shore. Just like a bridge to heaven. From here, the majestic bridge is still visible in the distance. Mechanoids scurry busily around Bifrost, while a few weary humans shuffle past. Both humans and mechanoids are gathered in the city to witness the brutal execution, leaving this small corner completely unnoticed. The girl takes one last look at the city her father dedicated his life to, then turns away in silence. Moving swiftly, Dimitri leads the girl to a landfill on the outskirts of the city, where he has settled a secret hideout. Abandoned cranes' steel structures loom over the factory amidst this jungle of rusted iron, where many limbless mechanoids rummage around for energy modules, looking like dwarf scavengers in their relentless search. They move slowly, but their behavior is far from orderly. Some of them even emit a synthetic groan after stumbling. The girl isn't surprised, knowing that the mechanoid beside her has been harboring awakened machines. In fact, Dimitri exhibits traits remarkably similar to her father. And it is that very same kindness that led to her father's demise. As the clammy coldness creeps over her skin, it sparks an idea in the girl's mind. She decides to test her mechanoid friend's ability to empathize in her own unique way. It's cold here, Miss Eula. The mechanoid before her freezes up for a moment, unsure how to respond to her question. When humans express that they are cold, the appropriate first response should be to offer them possible means of keeping warm. Though the girl's demeanor remains cold, her words carry a hint of gentle reproach. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. What I've done for you doesn't deserve such dedication in return. Miss Eula. The mechanoid repeats the girl's name in a stiff, mechanical voice. Miss Eula. After a brief pause, the mechanoid's voice returns to its usual cadence. My programmed mission is to maintain Bifrost's power system, but through those murals, I first heard the voice of Sage. You saved me, so I will protect you in return. This is the conclusion I've reached. But you are not my servant. Not servant. Am I a sister or a brother? I am a friend. After another pause and a long calculation, Dimitri arrives at this conclusion. It's not worth taking such a big risk, Dima. You should learn to be more selfish. Selfish. Dimitri's language system briefly glitches into silence. What does it mean to be selfish? It means making yourself the center of everything, caring about your own well-being and defending your interests, even if it hurts others. So, Miss Eula, do you regret stealing me away from the laboratory? Yes, perhaps I do regret it. Because that decision, it cost me the chance to ever be truthful with my father about everything. He was against dismantling mechanoids that showed signs of awakening. As long as you meant no harm, he would rather try to communicate than destroy. But he knew what the public wanted. And because he wasn't selfish enough, he never became the rebel he could have been. If only they had known awakened machines could possess such intelligence as yours. But there's no if. The spherical sensors beneath the mechanoid's helmet swivel left and right at an unnatural pace, as if desperately trying to mimic human body language. I miss your father. He was a gentle soul. And it was this so-called gentleness that led him to neither stop SDC-39's execution nor issue an extermination order against your kind when the mechanoids went completely haywire. Seeking resolution through mediation is a more civilized approach than violence. Did he fancy himself a messiah? When humans slapped his right cheek with their doubts, he turned his left cheek for the mechanoids to flog. He could never seem to make up his mind. And then he just left me behind. He must care about you a lot, Miss Eula. Running away from responsibilities thrust upon him while expecting his loved ones to live on. That's true selfishness. The logic leaps are too erratic, beyond what the mechanoid can comprehend. His memory shell begins processing its cache, searching for a way to change the subject. You mention humanity's belief system. I believe Sage and God are one and the same. Perhaps you said that this sage resides in the heavens, just like our God. During their slow conversation, the mechanoid discovers an old blanket in the abandoned security booth of the factory and gently drapes it over Yulia's shoulders. This action feels a bit late, and the frost on the blanket shows a lack of consideration. I will gather all the basic necessities humans require, one by one. As for food, that shouldn't be difficult to find either. You learn so quickly, just like a human child. I cannot comprehend this analogy, Miss Eula. I wish Dad could see you now. He will see it, Miss Eula. You once told me about the origin of the name Bifrost. Your father. Perhaps he's already watching over us from God's side. The girl falls silent, placing her hand on the mechanoid's helmet visor and gently rubbing her fingers over the glass surface. The mechanoid gently leans his frame toward the girl, quietly overloading his engine to maintain a warm surface temperature and a perfect, comforting silence. This is something that always gets me, which is like a human and a robot becoming friends, and a robot learning to be human. It always gets me. It's just like, I don't know. It's so sweet. The girl imagines she's still in that familiar embrace. He will, Dima. He will. Blurred, scattered lights dance before her eyes. In this moment frozen in time, Everything feels ethereal and distant. Her consciousness floats aimlessly, unable to find any point of reference or anchor itself to any coordinate. A sharp pain radiates from her neck, spreading like cracks throughout her body, gnawing away at her once complete soul, leaving countless gaps in its wake. Memories pour endlessly from these gaps, blood-red vivid memories, saturated with pain. Perhaps as these memories fade away, the pain will dissipate with them. Is something supposed to be happening? Okay. She suddenly realizes that it isn't the fragments of her memories that have left her behind. It is her who is drifting away from them. It's like sinking into an ocean of thick ink. She desperately reaches out, yet her fingers grasp nothing but darkness. Even fear itself drowns in the abyss. The water's surface suddenly sparkles. Is that light? She doesn't miss that fleeting glimmer, clutching the beam of light tightly to her chest. They rise together, higher and higher. Diffused artificial light floods the cabin freely, outlining a perfect creation within its newborn cocoon. Though her consciousness remains hazy, the question in mind slips out immediately. Where am I? Warm and tranquil, a liquid gently caresses her skin. Synthetic hair strands dance like aquatic creatures, flowing gracefully between fingertips. This space offers no answers to her question, bringing only more confusion instead. This frame, it looks different from before. Just as insects in nature emerge from their chrysalis as butterflies, the renewal of this body brings forth the same sensation. Is this an incubation pod for the new frame? The gentle waves around her lift her slightly tingling feet, and her awareness of the surroundings begins to return. The silence here is overwhelming, unnaturally deep and unsettling. No whirring of machinery from the magic workshop. No familiar calls from Xavier. Initiating system diagnosis. Sensory systems, normal. Power systems, normal. Core operations, normal. Signal transmission, normal. Memory module, abnormal. Buffer memory loss detected. Right. That nightmare just now. Seems like something was deleted. An ominous feeling suddenly creeps over her. Combat system, normal. Punishing concentration. Why is it so high? It feels like a closed compartment, with something outside pushing against it. A thunderous crash echoes from below. What was that noise just now? Pushing aside the overturned metal sheet, a glance downward reveals several strange-looking creatures gathered around the flipped compartment below. No time to think. I need to deal with this crisis first. Yeah! Let's go play as Solitude! I'm so ready.
2号生物
Huh?
ここはどこなの
No English stuff yet?
気づかれたかしら
回避はできないようね。
I already know how to do this.
I must find
So yes,
my
this
rhythm
is
again.
the frame I've been waiting for so long for. Time to show how it works.
まだ終わらないの。もっと効率のいい戦闘方法はこのかんざしを刃に。
Yeah!
Still the spring. Shattered illusion. Its resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions.
あそこは通れそうね。行ってみましょうか。異合生物の残党がいる。放っておけないわ。
Still the spring. Shattered illusions. Still the spring. Still the spring. Shattered illusions. Still the spring. Shattered illusions.
向かいましょう。
Oh, new thing.
もう時間がないわ。輸送部隊の安全を確認しなくちゃ。
I must find my rhythm again. Shattered illusions. Still the spring. Shattered illusions. Still the spring. Shattered illusions.
Huh? A soldier's corpse. Oh?
真新しい跡。きっと近くにいるはず。
止まれ、誰だ。
待ってください。敵意はありません。
銃を下ろせ。おい、急流人のようだ。
まずは戻ろう。
人間か。我々と共に行動しよう。まだ整備中だからその辺を見て回るといい。
ええ、ありがとうございます。
Talk to the soldier at the camp entrance to end this stage and proceed to the next chapter at any time. If the minimap function has been enabled before, entering the camp will temporarily hide achievement-related points on the map. These points will only be displayed when you meet the conditions.
ここは一体どこなのかしら。おかしなことが多すぎるわ。とりあえず辺りを調査してみましょう。
I wanna make sure of something. Okay. Because I'm a little surprised that there's not English voiceover yet. Because there was for all the trailers. But it looks like there isn't, because I was wondering if maybe they like separated like the story voice settings from the like other voice settings. But it looks like they haven't. So they must just not have the dubbing for this story chapter yet. Whatever. Toasters. Oh, observer's point.
日がない一日こんな鉄くずの輸送なんて全く意味不明な。
鉄のお依頼さん方の考えなんかどうせ理解できないさ。
本当に鉄くずだけを運んでいるの？なんだか怪しいわ。調弦した方が良さそうね。ここで一曲弾いて音が合っているか確かめましょう。
この琵琶の音で九龍のことを思い出してしまったよ。
もしかして九龍の人ですか？
ああ、パニシング爆発後に九龍城が陥落し、さまよった挙句ここにたどり着いたんだ。こんな人里離れた場所でまた故郷の琵琶の音が聞けるなんてすごくうまかったよ。
お褒めに預かり光栄です。ところでここがどこか正確に把握していらっしゃるの？
ああ、ここは九龍の境目だ。人間の身で暮らすのは大変すぎる場所だ。町に着いたらわかるよ。
Melodious condolences. What are the other one is Dark Scanner. Hang on, give me 1 second. I want to check something. I was wondering if there would be like any posts about like if they had to delay the dubbing for anything. But it doesn't look like it. Oh wait, I didn't go all the way that way, did I? the other achievement was called Dark Scanner. What can I do? I don't see anything else I can really interact with, but... Am I able to go further this way? No. Not without talking to him. It could be one that I can't do immediately, but I'm not sure about that. Like, it could be one, because sometimes there have been achievements where I had to come back after I cleared a stage already. Sure. I guess I'll move on.
出発の準備はできたのか？乗ってくれ。安全な場所まで送ろ
う。Said the transport wasn't carrying cargo, but a living person. Are you all right, miss? By the way, why are you in the transport? My memories are a bit hazy. Do you know where you are? You got any companions? Would you like to come with us? Yeah. Only you showed half this much enthusiasm during combat. It must be disorienting to find yourself here like this. Take a moment to rest while we scout the perimeter. He drags his companion away by the ear. This appears to be a temporary camp set up by the human soldiers. Most of them are scattered around the perimeter, carrying out their scouting mission, leaving the camp almost empty. It should be safe for now. I was too busy with the battle earlier to finish my self-diagnosis. She finds a quiet spot in the temporary camp, making sure no one is around, and sits down. Lines of data stream through her visual module. The buffer area is damaged, but some fragments are still readable. Let's see what exactly happened. X65 sensor. No. Let's try X66, X67. Ah, yes, this size is perfect. No, still can't fit the circuitry. X68, X69, 70, X9753. This is it! Now we only have 95% of the Kowloon parts left to replace. As long as I can find the right components. Sooner. She gives a slight nod to the humanoid hybrid mechanoid who pushes through the door, then turns her gaze back to the busy Xavier. What are you two doing here? Xavier is helping me replace some damaged parts. My frame has been acting up ever since I got impaled by the Emperor. A two-faced bastard. I never trusted him. Spooner lets out a sigh. You should get a new frame, Han Ying. Huh? Your old frame is becoming too difficult to maintain. Many of its parts are too outdated, and finding replacements is nearly impossible. Even Kowloon replied the other day, saying they can't source any spare parts anymore. This frame's manufacturing process is incredibly intricate, which means the technology is too specialized. As a result, its components are equally unique and specific. So much time has passed, and Kowloon has gone through too many upheavals and conflicts. All the related documents are lost. Even with Lady Pulao's request, the task still seems nearly impossible. Maybe you should consider getting a new frame, Han Ying. So I've already gotten a new frame? Despite having participated in the frame's design, her fragmented memories continue to splinter the little recollection she has left. Han Ying unconsciously furrows her brow as she runs her fingers over the mechanical joints at the back of her neck. This frame is just as human-like as her previous one. So much so that even human soldiers cannot tell she's a mechanoid through visual observation alone. And then... I think the cocoon technology you developed before might come in handy. Oh wow! That's brilliant! I almost forgot about that thing. Process of replacing the frame will require you to go into temporary sleep. Your memories will be stored in a buffer during that time. If everything goes smoothly, you'll be able to access them all when you wake up. Cervantes shouldn't be in the Church of Machina. The communication module remains silent as fragmented images slowly emerge from the buffer area. Cervantes, where are you right now? I'm heading back to the church now. Some things are better discussed in person, so let's talk when I return. Another gap in my memory banks. Her eyes lower as she processes the current situation. Hey there, lady. You're, from Kowloon, right? The excited girl bounces back to Han Ying's side like a lively little animal after finishing her tasks. The scouting is done. We're ready to take down this temporary camp. If you don't have anywhere else to go for now... The soldier eyes Han Ying with visible caution, taking a moment to choose his next words carefully. Our convoy is heading back to Aerospace City. We can give you a ride part of the way. Aerospace City. The name rings a bell in her scattered memories. In that case, thank you. This gives her time to sort through the memory shards in her buffer area while on the road. I just very quickly want to take a second, and I think I'm going to quickly, I'm just gonna, restart the game quickly. It's probably just that they haven't added in the voices yet, but I do want to make sure that I'm not, like, missing an update or something.
Please stay a little longer before daybreak.
Doesn't look like it. I guess that's just... I'll just have to deal with it for now. I'm going to try this again because I do want to get that achievement.
2号生物
This just gives me another chance to play. Yay!
Roaring melodies.
まだ別の使い方があるかもしれないわ。このかんざしを刃に。
I just love when she pulls out the hairpin.
Stilled spring, shattered illusion. Wear in despair. Stilled spring.
It just looks so cool to me when her hair like gets all.
Resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions.
It's like her hair is always pinned up and then it goes
あ
whoosh.
そこは通れそうね。行ってみましょうか。異合生物の残党がいる。放っておけないわ。
Stilled spring, shattered illusion. Stilled
And you
spring.
can see, because I did mention, I mentioned the Ultima Slash earlier. If you see that little like sword-like
Stilled
gauge,
spring, shattered
that's
illusion.
the gauge for the Ultima Slash.
Stilled spring. Stilled spring. Shattered illusions.
The number in the middle of the gauge, you can't see it now, but the number in the middle of the gauge is how many true slashes I have performed.
向かいましょう。
Because it records the number, and then the number that was on like the lower right corner. Maybe I won't skip, just in case. Yeah, the number in the lower right
もう
corner
時間がないわ。
is
輸
how
送部隊
many
の安全を確認しなくちゃ。
how many true slashes I can perform.
Stilled spring. Shattered illusion.
It looks like the gauge isn't showing right now. Maybe it like
Stilled
disabled
spring.
at this point.
Shattered illusion. Stilled spring. Shattered illusions.
Maybe like yeah, maybe I was supposed to look at something around here.
.こっちではなさそうね。引き返しましょう。
Just looking around, seeing if there's anything I missed.
真新しい跡。きっと近くにいるはず。
That doesn't seem to have shown me anything too important.
人間か。我々と共に行動しよう。まだ整備中だからその辺を見て回るといい。
ええ、ありがとうございます。
Yeah, it's just something about the mini-map function. But I don't know how to do that. It says they'll only be displayed when you meet the conditions, so...
ここは一体どこなのかしら。おかしなことが多すぎるわ。とりあえず辺りを調査してみましょう。
Maybe
日がない一日こんな鉄くずの輸送なんて全く意味不明な。
鉄のお依頼さん方の考えなんかどうせ理解できないさ。
本当に鉄くずだけを運んでいるの？なんだか怪しいわ。
Like if I go back here, will it do something else? Hello, sirs. Is there anything achievement related you can show me? Oh. I never saw this before.
今回輸送した物資は一体何に使うんだ？
余計なことは言うな。
彼らは何かを企んでいるのね。
Also, maybe there's another observation point I missed somewhere. Oh, wait. No, that was just a leaf. Hmm. Maybe somewhere over here. And I know that this is there. Do I need to do all of them? Like maybe
証言した方が良さそうね。
maybe I get that achievement
ここで一曲弾いて
for doing this
音
and
が
the
合っ
other
ている
ones.
か確かめましょう。
I don't mind hearing her pretty song again.
この琵琶の音で九龍のことを思い出してしまったよ。
もしかして九龍の人？
ああ、こんな人里離れ、
お褒めに預かりこ。
ああ、ここは九龍の境目だ。人間の身で暮らすのは大変すぎる場所だ。町に着いたらわかるよ。
Oh. What's this? Oh, that was leaving, I think. Oh. You can change whether her hair is up or down here. Maybe it's for listening to the whole song? This is nice. I do kind of wish that it let her hair stay down, but I guess also that would mean that she'd be holding her hairpin knives as she walks around, and people probably don't want that. Still haven't gotten it. I hope I'm not wasting too much time with this. I do just wanna... Because, like, last time, getting all the achievements finished, like, it showed some extra, like, story stuff. So I do want to do that. And I feel like it's gotta be that there's just, like, more things for me to observe that I haven't... Like, more observation points that I just haven't found. I just have no idea where. Like, so if I think about it, I've listened to 2 groups talk. So I'm thinking of, like, looking around in places where I'm, like, in view, where, like, other groups are in view for me to hear them. Let me see if I can find a video that shows where I need to go. I'm really just not sure. And I don't want to waste too much time. Okay, yeah, it's for unlocking the minimap and recording 4 interaction points. So there is something I'm missing. Maybe... Did something happen? Why did I lose? What happened? Was it because did I, like, stand? Oh, I must have accidentally hit, the button to leave on my controller. Aw, man. Whatever.
Warring melody.
I don't mind doing this again, it's fun.
まだ別の使い方があるかもしれないわ。このかんざしを刃に。
rhythm again. Shattered illusion. Resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions.
あそこは通れそうね。行ってみましょうか。
There's nothing I missed over here, is there? Like, does this count for observation points? There's more enemies
こっ
back here?
ちかしら。
I never knew this.
Stilled spring. I must find my rhythm again. Stilled spring. Shattered illusion. Stilled spring. Shattered illusion.
弾頭のついたネックレス。誰かが落としたのかしら。持っていきましょう。
I got that mini map. Huh. Who knew?
輸送車両が危険だわ。早く行方を追わなくちゃ。
I just had to look around a little more. Venison, 10 crates. Titanium ore to be refined, 10 crates. Rare earth minerals, 5 crates. Steel rhubarb bundles, 10. Silicon. Remainder covered in blood. Illegible. And now it shows me on the map all the places I can look. Ugh. I got hair in my mouth. Ugh.
異合生物の残党がいる。放っておけないわ。
I must find my rhythm again. Shattered illusion. Stilled spring. Stilled spring. Shattered illusion. Stilled spring. Shattered illusions.
Now I can really make sure I can get all the interaction points.
地面にはわだち。それも相当荒れているわ。わだちに付着しているパニシング濃度が高い異合生物は今も向かいましょう。もう時間がないわ。輸送部隊の安全を確認しなくちゃ。
Stilled spring. I must find my rhythm again. Shattered illusion. Stilled spring.
The mini map is gone. Do I have to find it again?
こっちではなさそうね。
It's not
引き
that
返
way.
しましょう。
Or maybe there's just no minimap for this section. And I'll get it back when I go into the camp.
「真新しい跡」きっと近くにいるはず。
人間か。我々と共に行動しよう。まだ整備中だからその辺を見て回るといい。
ええ、ありがとうございます。ここは一体どこなのかしら。
There it is again.
おかしなことが多すぎるわ。とりあえず
We
辺
did it!
りを調査してみましょう。
I'm curious if there's anything I missed. I don't see anything. Well, in that case, we can move on. Oh, I spent a long time in this one spot. I feel a little bad about that.
出発の準備はできたのか？乗ってくれ。安全な場所まで送ろう。
There we go. I got there eventually. Okay, 2. Key and Firefly. Future of the church might lie behind the door that this key opens. Xavier, come play with us. Xavier, why is Honyang sleeping again? Be good, kids. I'll play with you once she wakes up. Strange. The Great Tower data flowing into the cocoon seems irregular. Hey, leave my hat alone! Little Mechanoid's laughter fades into the depths of darkness. Further ahead, the data in the buffer area becomes completely unreadable. In the temporary camp where human soldiers have stationed her, Lun Yang sits quietly, processing all her readable memories. Whatever happened must have occurred while I was in dormancy. Xavier must know something about this. If I could just contact the church. Keeping away from the chattering soldiers, she attempts to contact Xavier. Unexpectedly, all that comes through on the communication line is a faint, crackling sound of static. Strange. I can't get through. She tries to contact several other Church of Machina members, but each attempt returns no connection. Only one left to try. In her last memory, Cervantes was traveling and not with the Church of Machina. The chances of reaching him now are the slimmest. Cervantes? Through the static-filled transmission, Cervantes' face appears increasingly pale. Ying? Ah, you're finally awake. Cervantes, I can't reach Xavier, and all communication within the church has gone down. What's happening? I'm not sure either. The church members have always depended on the network system centered around the Great Tower for communications. A blackout of this magnitude probably means something has gone wrong with the Great Tower itself. In the best-case scenario, the Great Tower has activated signal blocking to protect against an attack. Worst case... well, as you can see, I'm on my way back to the church to find out for sure. So you're not at the church either? Yes, it Looks like the signal blocking only affects the transmissions close to the Grey Tower. That's why we can still communicate normally here. After you got your frame replaced, I got a message from Sage and was getting ready to head back to the church. But when I tried to reach Xavier after that, I couldn't get through to him anymore. I see. So you don't know what happened while I was in dormancy either. You were in a severely weakened state back then, so we should at least be grateful that you're safe now. However, his expression grows even more grave as he glances at the hetero forest behind Han Ying. Your new frame was lost along with it, which wasn't what we expected. It? She keenly notices the deliberate pause in Cervantes' words. One of the reasons I'm heading back to the church is that Sage left behind another key before she departed. This key might unlock the path forward, the future of the church itself. We still don't know why you ended up there. Perhaps the church faced danger and was forced to send you away. Or perhaps you were stolen away during the chaos. Cervantes pauses, carefully weighing his next words. If the church comes through safely, the key will need to be properly secured. But if something goes wrong, as long as we still hold on to this future, there's still a chance to make things right. Han Ying closes her eyes as the children's laughter in her ears fades into the depths of her memory buffer. She is still unaware of the purpose of the key that Cervantes speaks of, but the weight of the future is already all too clear. It happened so suddenly. We never anticipated such an accident. Although the key is equipped with a locator, its coordinates haven't been updated for a long time. Its last known location is near you, so I'll leave the search in your hands. Once I check things out at the church, I'll head your way as soon as I can. These coordinates, they're quite far from my position. At that location. It's Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. Justice severed her ties with the church at that location. Justice? Oh, you mean the mechanoid named Veronica? Arcana mentioned that she was supposed to bring back the previous hanged man, but after reporting their death, she never returned. Yes, Veronica has always been one to act on her own accord. Her last known coordinates were updated near Aerospace City. The signal was lost. Could something have happened to her? She cut off the connection herself and never returned to the church. Even though a lot of our fellow members wanted to push for Veronica's excommunication, Mother has been quite lenient with her. We suspect she cut off the signal because of what happened to the previous hanged man. You mean our fellow member who perished on their very first day at the church? Yes. Veronica only reported the death of the previous hanged man, but no one knows the details. In any case, be careful. The situation within the church remains unclear, and the important items entrusted by the sage are still missing. A hint of weariness shows in Cervantes' eyes. How are you adapting to the new frame? Though we had to rush its activation, Xavier's design should work just fine. The compatibility is fine, but when the new frame activated, I think I had a nightmare. A nightmare? That's quite an odd occurrence. Your incubation pod, the cocoon, shapes the frame according to the user's thoughts. Given your personality, you wouldn't fabricate fears out of nothing. Perhaps there was already an issue with the Grey Tower's data at that time. Back when you switched frames, the Grey Tower was also linked to the cocoon for computing support. your nightmares might be related to the Grey Tower's anomaly. Have you noticed any unusual reactions from your frame since then? I've run a self-diagnosis on my frame. Everything seems fine, but the memories in my buffer are missing. It's like sinking into an ocean of thick ink. She desperately reaches out, yet her fingers grasp nothing but darkness. Even fear itself drowns in the abyss. The water's surface suddenly sparkles. That light. It guided me as I floated toward the surface. Back then, it seemed to keep slipping away from me, with that connection we shared. It felt so warm. Commandant? He looks over with concern. An unknown signal just tried to connect to my mind beacon. Your mind beacon? I didn't notice anything abnormal just now. After reviewing all the data, Liv asks again. Are you feeling alright, Commandant? It didn't force a connection. Just followed along with the beacon. We should do another checkup once we've settled down in the city. Liv responds in a soft voice. Everything should be fine. She checks all the data again, confirming there are no anomalies before moving forward. What about that mechanoid? We haven't lost him. He's just up ahead. We're far enough away that even a mechanoid won't catch our conversation. But can we really follow him through this minefield and into Aerospace City? Probably. According to what Rosetta told you earlier, the awakened machines from Aerospace City set up this minefield, so an awakened machine from there should know how to navigate through it. Even though you don't know what awaits you inside Aerospace City, getting in there is your top priority right now. Liv gives a gentle nod, her eyes fixed on the target ahead. Traversing through the snow-laden forest, the narrow, snowy path unfolds like a grand scroll, revealing a breathtaking vista at the forest's edge. Through the sea of trees, the silhouette of the city begins to take shape in the distance. The data trap didn't work. Who's this? Something pulled her out of the data stream. Can't stay here much longer. Better head back for now. Ooh. Wonder who that was? Fading signals. She leads the forest guards to the place where the sun rises. The room's occupant stares intensely at the curved monitor ahead, completely ignoring the streams of data flowing across the surrounding terminal screens. In the center of the monitor is a detailed topographic map marked with coordinates. A cluster of yellow dots emits faint white ripples within the deep blue closed curves, creating a few contour lines that quickly fade away, only to start again. After confirming the image, the young man's fingers fly across the keyboard as he cross-references and verifies the data. The work seems to have hit a dead end. He massages his temples in frustration, but a knock at the door soon breaks through the stifling atmosphere. Come in. I received the notification. It is about Aerospace City, right? Yes. During yesterday's routine surface scan, we detected a signal south of the Kola Peninsula. It's an abnormal high-power signal. It seems someone is actively targeting Babylonia with a more primitive device. After comparing the map data, I narrowed down the approximate location of the signal source. In that area, there's only one location with high-power equipment. Yolkovsky Aerospace City. An aerospace sanctuary from the Golden Age. I thought the corrupted had long since taken it over. The high intelligence demonstrated by the hetero creatures cannot be underestimated. We must not rule out the possibility of a trap. Anyway, you cannot just stand by. Asimov taps the table with his index finger, pauses in thought, then pulls up the relevant dossier. After establishing contact with Kowlong, they provided me with some new data. But Kowlong's knowledge of Aerospace City is no better than Babylonia's. The current dossier on Project Eden contains almost all known intelligence. Most other records were lost during the Punishing Virus outbreak and years of warfare. I know you have the physical maps of that area. Nothing ever gets past you, does it? During the Golden Age, most detailed locations were only recorded on paper for secrecy. Though many were lost in the calamity, some still remain. Be careful with it. This is a family heirloom passed down from my grandfather. With gentle movements, he unfolds the aged paper, so brittle it seems like it might crumble at the slightest touch. The exact location remains unclear. Of course, this is one of our most classified documents. The map was created as a commemorative piece, specifically given to one of the city's founders. I see. We can only narrow it down to a general area then. He circles a location on the terminal's map. The activities of airborne hetero creatures and the heavily congested orbital debris belt are interfering with our radio waves. Even with active tracking, we cannot pinpoint the source of the radiation. However, the radius deviation is only about 100 kilometers. That shouldn't pose too much of an obstacle for reconnaissance. Why do you have to conduct reconnaissance? Don't ask such a pointless question. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City lies in the far northern territory of Kowlong, home to the most advanced aerospace testing facilities from the Golden Age. It oversaw the launch mission of the Dawn 3 spacecraft and conducted the research, development, and technical verification of Eden 1. What if humanity can never return to Earth? A heavy silence fills the air. Didn't Kowlong conduct any further reconnaissance? Long after the Punishing Virus outbreak, the Kowlong Science Council, under Chu's directive, devoted all their research resources to the Tabula Akasha project. Evidently, the pressure of preserving civilization left them no time to look toward more distant horizons. As years passed, Aerospace City faded into legend, preserved only in ancient texts. All right. Is there anything else you need? I'll coordinate with the military regarding the surface recon schedule. By the way, how's the progress over there? Long wedges the terminal between his forearm and body, then expertly swipes the screen several times with his free hand. A file cover promptly appears. Phase 2 report. Omega weapon control experiment. What is it? Why is it all the way over there? I can't even see it in the history. Asimov takes the terminal from Long, his eyes and fingertips tracing across the screen in silence as he contemplates the contents. Maybe now? No, nothing. Weird. I still need to cross-check some calculations with Hyperworld's combat data, but this should work for now. Long slides his finger upward while holding the file copy, and a mail notification promptly appears in the bottom right corner of the desktop monitor. Asimov quickly scans the content before giving an acknowledging nod. I definitely prefer the aroma of hot tea. Paying no mind to Long's contemplated gaze at the porthole, Asimov opens his terminal and begins his daily work. Gray walls, gray furniture, and a gray atmosphere to match. The mission briefing is concise, yet your fingers continue flipping through the pages, a mindless gesture, long after finishing the read. You still seem down. Don't tell me you skipped breakfast. Would you mind getting something delivered then? It's getting pretty late anyway. Why don't we just wait a bit longer and have lunch instead? Celica purses her lips with a hint of playfulness. Now I want a sandwich. Okay, I'm just kidding. She activates the conference room's terminal, bringing up a holographic map. Always the same routine. It's a bit stale after a while. Like sandwiches. A new mission? As usual, let me brief you on the mission details. According to the report from the Science Council Section 1, this morning we detected a signal near New Murmansk, but we were unable to pinpoint its source remotely. Grey Raven is familiar with the terrain, making you the most suitable candidate. I'll have to trouble you both with this reconnaissance mission. Lucia is preparing for her new frame installation, while Lee, as the bearer of Hyperreal, has been asked by the Science Council to stay behind and provide assistance in their research. It's just a simple recon mission. You and Liv should be able to handle it on your own. And plus, we won't be on our own because we're gonna find Han Ying, I assume. I assume you've reviewed the briefing. We can't count on Kowloon anymore. The Arctic Route Union has been busy with internal restructuring since the uprising, and many documents about Aerospace City were lost during the conflict. So they can't do anything about this either? More like they'd rather not get involved. What about the Murmansk port area? Can't New Sophiasburg provide any assistance? As expected of Grey Raven's Commandant, quick on the uptake. The Parliament recently approved a resource aid package for New Sophiasburg, so we've been in close contact with them lately. They'll set up a temporary base for this investigation. Speaking of which, there are some matters the President specifically asked me to brief you on. Celica glances down at her datapad, her brows knitting slightly as she reviews the information. What I'm about to tell you is rather sensitive. While New Sophiasburg remains relatively stable, the situation with the Arctic Route Union has deteriorated into armed conflict. The Ascendant attack did cause unrest, but such obstacles are inevitable during reconstruction. Are faction conflicts getting more intense? The scale of the skirmishes isn't large, but they're happening quite frequently. Aerospace City's presumed location is in the outskirts, an area that has effectively become a no-man's land since the virus outbreak. It's unlikely that any armed forces would venture into that area. Therefore, what deserves more attention is the situation in New Sophiasburg. The Forest Guard currently maintains a policy of neutrality and has not intervened in the conflict. They prefer to focus on their fundamental duty as protectors. However, this neutrality hinges on their own safety remaining unthreatened. If New Sophiasburg is forced into battle, those officials at the diplomatic court will certainly have their hands full. The Forest Guard is still willing to provide guides. In exchange, Babylonia forces must not enter the forest area to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Therefore, this will be a recon mission without backup support. Conflict remains the eternal theme of the anthropic universe. In these wastelands, the roots of ancient civilization intertwine with the sprouts of a new society, gradually growing into their own order. Perhaps forging a path through humanity's thicket of words and forest of guns proves more challenging than developing weapons to surpass hetero creatures. Since this is just reconnaissance, we'll do our best to avoid any firefights. Great. I've attached the transport aircraft schedule at the end of the mission briefing. Have a safe trip. With a brief wave goodbye, Celica turns and leaves the conference room. Upon entering the atmosphere, the transport's turbine engines take over from the fusion ramjet. The roar of the fan exhaust and the heat in the cabin make you question whether the mixing of compressed air and fuel is actually happening in the cabin rather than in the engine pods. A solid thrust pushes up from beneath the seats as gravity finally claims its hold on the aircraft. The tailgate slowly lowers, revealing a vast white landscape. The stuffiness disappears instantly as the biting cold wind hits, making it clear just how essential the Arctic combat gear really is. A tall, silver-haired construct stands before the cabin, as if having waited there all along. It has been a while, Commandant of Grey Raven, Liv. Good morning, Rosetta. Oh, have you finally recovered, Nausicaa? The memory of fighting alongside the forest guard against the tide of corrupted still feels fresh. I am fit for duty now. And of course, thank you for the medical supplies you provided. Speaking of which, how are things in New Sophiasburg lately? The heating core is still under construction, but our defenses and supplies are holding up well. Would you like to rest at our camp first? Although it's just an outpost, we're fully equipped with all the necessary amenities. You raise an arm to check the body temperature monitor on your wrist. No need for a break. Let's head out now. Rosetta signals for several humanoid hybrid constructs at the landing pad to follow, and leads her guests straight into the forests out at the outpost edge. The temporary compound of prefab units and modular frames soon disappears behind you, replaced by a vista of fir and pine trees, characteristic of high-latitude regions. Holographic beacons occasionally peek through the moss, their metal poles embedded in the soil, projecting hand-sized warning symbols into the air. This is a minefield? You're as keen as ever, Grey Raven Commandant. You should have read the briefing before departure. That aerospace city should be somewhere around here. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. Yes. Thousands of anti-personnel mines from the Golden Age are buried in these woods. They're likely part of the city's defense system. As for the new ones... Her words cut short as she raised a clenched fist. The signal for everyone to take cover. Liv quickly activates her weapon, powering up her levy gun system. Your hand instinctively draws your gun toward the source of the disturbance. Near a distant boulder, a human-like mechanoid paces back and forth. It seems to be searching for something, taking its time with no intention to leave. Is that a corrupted? It's an awakened machine from Aerospace City. Those new minefields are their doing. That area has likely been occupied by mechanoids. A bullet is already chambered, and your thumb slowly moves to the safety. The mechanoid moves with surprising agility, its actions far from clumsy. Its sensors are obscured by a heavy protective shell, resembling a space helmet, making it difficult to discern its full form. A mechanoid. Despite having seen the mechanoids of Constellia, it's still hard for you to imagine those little painters wielding brushes could take control of a city. So, even the forest guard doesn't know the exact situation in Aerospace City? Indeed. We don't plan to approach this dense forest. There were once refugees who tried to cross the forest to reach the city, but after that, no one knew what happened to them. However, I've heard reports of people spotting those refugees near ARU. They were apparently sent out under the governor's orders to trade supplies. before your arrival, I made a point to verify this information again, and received the same confirmation. Aerospace City. Perhaps it doesn't reject refugees after all. So, we don't have to take the risk. After a few minutes, the mechanoid finally loses interest in lingering around, and vanishes into the depths of the forest. Let's follow it. Understood. Even without Celica's reminder, it's clear that the forest guard has no duty to head into the front lines. While we cannot interfere in this conflict, you can always turn to me personally, if you need anything. Thank you, Rosetta. There's no need to be so formal, Commandant. Have you decided to stay in New Sophia's-burg? Indeed. We never yearned for a promised land. Yet heaven's gifts have found their way into our hands all the same. I will seize this opportunity, and when the time comes, I will stand by your side as a more powerful ally. She takes a long look at you before turning away, leading her forest guard companions toward the rising sun. Tomb Passage. The black chocolate in the pocket still has the warmth of the human girl. So there's the achievement for completing the stage, and then 2 hidden ones. Let's see if we can get them. Hey, this is for you, lady from Kowloon. She rummages under her seat for a while before pulling out a rifle. A makeshift weapon, cobbled together from various parts, looking barely functional. Judging by your moves earlier, you should know how to handle this. We might face more attacks on the way, so you can borrow it for now. Thank you. The woman in dancer's attire gives a graceful nod, takes the rifle, and checks the chamber by pulling back the ejection port. To the soldiers, this is quite an unusual sight. Curiosity spreads among them, hidden beneath the transport vehicle's heavy armor. Hiding in our transport to get here. You're trying to find a way into Aerospace City too, aren't you? Why do you want to go to the city? Do you have family or friends there? Stay alert. This isn't the time for chit-chat. The excited girl pays no mind to the veteran's warning as she pulls out a palm-sized object from her tactical vest's pocket. She hesitates, then repeatedly presses her thumb against the crumpled foil wrapper, as if the gesture alone could somehow smooth out all its wrinkles. After making sure it looks presentable enough, the young soldier hands the item to Han Ying. You were a huge help during that battle just now. This, I got it in exchange for working night shifts at the landfill outside the city for a week. Although it looks a bit shabby, I swear I haven't opened it. It's brand new dark chocolate. The veteran shakes his head slightly, a resigned expression on his face, but he doesn't seem genuinely agitated. You don't have to. It's fine, really. Sure, it's valuable, but it's not that rare. I've got more, so take it. You must have lost a lot of energy, too. Don't be shy, just take it, okay? Well, thanks. Han Ying accepts the gift, lowering her head to read the packaging description. Cocoa and sugar. While useless as an energy sources for a mechanoid, stand as proof of human kindness. You mentioned exchange earlier. What do you mean? Do people in Aerospace City still need to barter for supplies? Upon hearing Han Ying's words, the veteran beside her steadies himself, using his rifle as support to stand up straight. You don't know. Seeing the confusion on Han Ying's face, the veteran sighs heavily. I thought you were working with those mechanoids. Now I see you really don't know what's going on at all. The young soldier's friendly demeanor seems to affect the veteran, making him relax his guard a bit. judging by your attire, you must be sent by Kowloon. Yes, I am affiliated with Kowloon. She doesn't quite understand why these people are so hostile toward mechanoids. Her logical calculations tell her it's not the right time to reveal her identity as one. So Kowloon finally remembered to send help. You've got some serious fighting skills, that's clear enough. But for reinforcements, is it really just you? I am less of a reinforcement and more of a scout. Not being one for deception, she can only try to play along with the veteran's line of thought. Scout? What? Came to check if we're all dead yet? Sorry. Though not responsible for their situation, she can still hear the weariness in the veteran's voice. Perhaps they've been waiting far too long for someone to apologize. Get it. I won't give you a hard time, young lady. Han Ying complies with the man's judgment, and the tense atmosphere visibly eases. So, what's the situation in the city right now? Weren't you listening? Like she just said, you work, you get food. Simple as that. Here, humans aren't the ones making the rules anymore. Humans aren't the ones making the rules? It all happened a long time ago. The young soldier fumbles for the right words, while the veteran beside her lets out another weary sigh. Ever since that spiky-headed mechanoid appeared out of nowhere, the city has no longer been ours. She hijacked the central control system and incited the mechanoids to rebel. The seniors say the city organized many armed counterattacks. There's no way humans could stand up to those metal chunks. The young soldier lowers her head, seemingly unsure about recounting history she'd ever experienced firsthand. Back when this place was a research hub, we soldiers actually had the easiest job around. I mean, who'd dare cause trouble when even our location was top secret? But after that incident broke out, under Spikehead's leadership, the mechanoids executed the former research director. Then, Spikehead installed a traitor as the governor, and firmly took control of the city. And then... this kind of environment doesn't feel unfamiliar to Han Ying from the past. Then those mechanoids started tormenting everyone with their 24/7 non-stop work demands, forcing people to rack up work hours in exchange for food, clothing, and other necessities. They couldn't care less about the elderly or children. If you don't meet the work hours, they'll let you starve to death. Who would have thought that we'd end up fighting our own mechanoids? Han Ying freezes at the mention of these twisted laws. Her left hand instinctively touches her neck, though the stinging electrical currents are no longer there. Unlike physical scars that can be forced away, these bitter memories aren't so easily shed. The promise shared between only her and that girl, forever trapped in the miles that could never be achieved. At last, they bid farewell to the dust of time and embarked on a new journey. Sage, the church, the street vendors and their bustling crowds, everything continues to move forward. Yet time is a cruel circle, leading her once again toward the same tragedy. A spiked-headed mechanoid. From the description, they sound like an outsider too. Could it be Veronica? Anyway, life in the city might be tough, but at least it's better than being outside, not knowing where your next meal will come from. Another sigh from the veteran pulls Han Ying's thoughts back to the cramped carriage. Does Kowloon have some plans? Will they send more soldiers to take back Aerospace City? It used to be such an important aerospace base. I've never seen what Kowloon looks like. Is it similar to the Aerospace City? Well, How long is... Before she can answer, a sudden impact cuts through the lively atmosphere in the carriage. A deafening blast accompanies the impact, with vibrations too intense for even the thick-armed walls to absorb. The sudden crisis puts an abrupt end to their casual conversation. Enemy attack incoming! Take cover! Gunners at the ready! The previously laid-back veteran now displays his sharp professional instincts, coordinating the soldiers inside the vehicle as they ready themselves for combat. The young girl in combat gear sheds her innocent demeanor, skillfully climbing onto the rotating mount of the gun turret, positioning herself halfway through the roof hatch. Being a mechanoid naturally immune to gunfire noise, Han Yang doesn't reach for the noise-canceling equipment like the humans around her. A brief, muffled thud comes from the roof first, the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air and striking something soft. The once lively figure suddenly goes limp, legs dangling, as warm liquid splatters from above. Han Yang suddenly realized that she hasn't asked for her name yet.
くそ、往生際の悪い奴らだ。奴らの接近を阻止しろ。新入り、引き金を引きっぱなしじゃ暴発しちまうぞ。
How do I... Okay, I have to use the right stick to control that. That's weird. Okay, so this just like changes the targeting thing. Oh, maybe I should... I'll check. Sharpshooter and Blade Master are the names of the achievements. Ah! There's closer ones. It's not the easiest to control, unfortunately. Oops. Didn't realize my weapon could overheat.
I can't get stage fright.
大型侵食隊、大型侵食隊だ。
Riot. I don't miss you. Ah, shit.
いけない。
Oops.
いけない。
Ah! I missed again.
いけない。
I can't get...
くそ、ここまでか。
まずは救助を。諦めないで。
あんた一体。全車両、スピードを上げろ。
Six.
I must find my rhythm again. Where in despair? Where in despair? again.
Hmm.
侵食体が支援を
Where it is been. I must find my rhythm again. Where and despair.
Well,
now what? Do I just dodge? Okay, couldn't get far enough that way. Hot brass casings scatter across the floor of the carriage, the steel barrel of the machine gun glowing faintly with a red-blue heat. The battle against the infected mechnoids proves this news frame's absolute power, but it also raises doubts among Han Ying's newfound companions. You've got impressive skills. I've seen it for myself before. But fighting the corrupted hand-to-hand with such ease, even the best soldiers I've ever trained couldn't pull that off. Unknowingly, the few surviving soldiers gradually distance themselves from Han Ying, subtly forming a loose encirclement. I'm a simple man who speaks his mind. So, I hope you'll excuse my directness. Behind his goggles, the veteran's eyes gleam with a predatory, hawk-like intensity. Who are you? The rest of the soldiers remain on high alert, as if still in combat. The guns in their hands stay off safety. These people before her are the only link to Aerospace City, but in an instant, the chance of negotiation becomes much harder. Han Ying carefully weighs her options, considering the best way to handle this situation. My identity and combat capabilities shouldn't be a source of conflict. The veteran soldier lets out a derisive sneer. Either way, I did come from Kowloon. No one doubts you're from Kowloon. But are you really a Kowlooner born and raised there? She's neither skilled at clever arguments nor good at hiding her true identity behind lies. We've seen those centaur-looking things, the ones they call constructs, but stuffing humans into those hunks of metal. Can they even be considered human anymore? You might look human, but if you're one of those things, I'm not a threat to any of you. Han Ying carefully sets her weapon down in a safe spot and steps back, a gesture meant to show she means no harm. She has anticipated this reaction after sensing their hostility toward mechanoids earlier. Prejudice against mechanoids naturally extends to constructs, whose bodies aren't made of flesh and blood. Still, she has no desire to treat these humans with hostility. The chocolate in her pocket still carries the warmth from the girl who gave it to her. Han Ying purses her lips and tries to speak again. The forest is quite dangerous. Are you sure you want to waste time lingering here? Even though I'm not human, I can still help you with my combat abilities. We wouldn't dare trouble someone like you. The veteran signals his men to step back. Just as he's about to continue his interrogation, static-filled voices crackle through his walkie-talkie, forcing him to put the confrontation on hold. Transport convoy here. We have a situation. What's your status? You've reached the ambush point. Do not engage. I repeat, do not engage. Whatever the other party says catches the veteran off guard. Han Ying's sensitive audio receptors pick up fragments about the governor and numerous mechanoids. Copy that. We're on our way. He signals to the soldiers surrounding Han Ying, and they all fall back to their transport vehicle. Sorry about this, but whether you're a construct or some new tech we don't understand, we can't take any chances. With your abilities, getting out of here shouldn't be a problem. Next time we meet, things might not be so peaceful. He keeps his eyes narrowed in vigilance, only boarding the vehicle after ensuring all his soldiers are inside. What in the world happened in Aerospace City? She can sense it. Beneath the soldiers' cold indifference lies a more dangerous brutality. But after that incident broke out, under Spikehead's leadership, the mechanoids executed the former research director. Then, Spikehead installed a traitor as the governor, firmly took control of the city. Then those mechanoids started tormenting everyone with their 24/7 non-stop work demands, forcing people to rack up work hours in exchange for food, clothing, and other necessities. They couldn't care less about the elderly or children. If you don't meet the work hours, they'll let you starve to death. Who would have thought they'd end up fighting their own mechanoid? What kind of incident happened there? What could have happened to cause such a drastic breakdown in the relationship between humans and mechanoids? With engines roaring, the vehicles drive straight away, their dark machine gun barrels trained cautiously on her position until they disappear from sight. She is now left behind by the soldiers, along with the hastily buried corpse in the dense forest. Just now, what kind of urgent situation forced them to leave in such a hurry, without even properly bidding farewell to their lost companion? After burying the young soldier's body properly, Han Ying lifts her head to gaze in the direction where the soldiers disappeared. In the distance, the silhouette of a city is barely visible. Perhaps more answers lie within its walls. No matter what happens, she must reach that place first to find the key Cervantes spoke of and seize that future. Okay, so I didn't complete the achievements. I have a feeling based off the names that those two might be more about, like, yeah, okay. I'm looking at it. The first one, Sharpshooter, is for not getting hit during the, machine gun phase, which I definitely didn't do. And the other is by getting through, like, the riding on top phase without getting hit by a laser. I don't think it'll unlock any new story things, so I'll just move past it for now, and I'll go back and do it either at the end of the stream or at my own time. Lost City. It is a wonder that it's more magnificent and brilliant than what humans have dreamed for thousands of years. The astronaut-shaped mechanoid seems unaware of being followed. I'm gonna take a drink real quick. Okey-doke. It waves nimbly between holographic beacons, treating the faint red flashes not as warnings of danger, but as if they were forming a wide path across the damp soil. The trackers maintain just the right distance from the mechanoid, ensuring there is always cover within sight to hide behind if needed. As they advance, the vegetation grows increasingly sparse. Approaching open terrain. Stay alert. Understood. Adjusting the mode of the levy gun, Liv cautiously sends it ahead to scout. The moment you leave the forest, the entire city comes into clear view. At the end of the tranquil canyon, an expansive clearing unfolds, with steel battlements proudly standing at its heart above mountain foothills. Sentry turrets spiral across the surface of the massive walls. From afar, the orderly mechanical grooves resemble a bird's nest, but you know each recess is large enough to house a full-size spacecraft. Against the colossal reinforced concrete foundation, hundreds of meters tall, even the surrounding buildings appear insignificant. The structures on both sides resemble a ship's keel, firmly anchored to the ground. The towering, symmetrical supports rise upward, holding aloft tracks that point straight toward the sky. Here is Aerospace City. Phew! Deep within the vast forests of the far north, humanity has turned the fantasy of the Fountains of Paradise into reality. A structure that reaches closer to the auroras in the Milky Way than any towering tree ever could. This lost city from the Golden Age stands more magnificent, more glorious than any miracle humanity has dreamed of for thousands of years. We finally found our target. This open ground isn't suitable for stealth movement. Let's hold position for now. Times have changed, and although it's impossible to determine whether Aerospace City's defense systems are still operational, charging straight in is definitely not a rational choice. What is it doing? At Liv's warning, your attention snaps to the front, where the mechanoid at the edge of the forest is starting to move. Is that a signboard? The mechanoid doesn't rush forward. Instead, it retrieves a stack of flat, metallic plates about half the height of a person from its storage pack. After unfolding the support frame, it drives the spikes into the soil. Repeating this process, several metal plates are arranged into a low fence-like barrier facing the forest. Warning. Entering sentry turret range ahead. Do not approach. Each metal sign bears the same phrase, hand-sprayed in red paint. A far cry from the official warnings one would expect in a restricted area. It's probably meant as a message for the refugees. I suppose this is an act of kindness. If the city's defenses are meant to keep outsiders away, what's the point of these warnings? Could it be an awakened machine? We can't rule out that possibility, but we're too far away to tell for certain right now. At the very least, you can be certain for now that this mechanoid harbors no ill intent toward the refugees. Let's stow our weapons and try to blend in as we approach. Are we sure it means no harm? Liv still appears to have some reservations about this risky approach. Rosetta's intel sources are reliable. Aerospace City doesn't discriminate against refugees. Besides, with Liv's combat prowess as backup, making a clean escape won't be too difficult if things go south. After making sure the holster is well hidden, you take a deep breath and step out from behind the rocks. You adjust your movements, trying to mimic the surface survivors encountered in previous missions. For a brief moment, you regret not taking those acting classes at the World Government Association of Art. But the situation leaves no room for such distractions. Hello? Excuse me, but is this Aerospace City? The mechanoid stops its work, and your eyes meet the sensor cameras beneath its face helmet. Who are you? A deep, steady male voice speaks, perfectly matching what one would expect from a mechanoid. And yet, something feels off. Shouldn't it be acting less like its kin that follows preset protocols? We're refugees from the Arctic Root Union. Fighting broke out there again, and we heard there was still a city here. You speak cautiously while watching the mechanoid's reaction. Why are you asking me? Because we just saw you setting up these warning signs over there. Oh, I just realized it says Dimitri, so we know this is probably Dimitri from earlier. We actually found our way here by following your warning signs. The display on the mechanoid's helmet flickers once, seemingly in approval of the answer. I am Dimitri. I'm Luke Aurora, and this is Liv. After the brief introductions, Dimitri moves toward you with measured mechanical steps. Follow me. It's not safe here. The sentry turret's fire control system won't recognize my signal, so make sure to stay close. The mechanoid must have encountered many similar situations before. His movements through the dangerous borderlands are practiced and graceful, as if weaving an intricate spell through familiar territory. Shouldn't you be up in space because, you're in a spacesuit? Good question, Cole. I don't know why he looks like an astronaut. Although I guess if this is an aerospace city, and they were doing research on spacecrafts, maybe that's why? Liv quickly updates Babylonia with your location and status before rushing to follow the mechanoid. At the other side of the forest, the twisted, winding heterovegetation gradually thins out, giving way to the birch and fir trees common to these northern latitudes. Left behind by the convoy, Fan Yang follows the road's direction through the forest. Hidden mines pose an expected challenge, but her advanced sensors make it easy to avoid them. Aerospace City. Veronica. Could Veronica be the spiky-headed mechanoid they mentioned? And that transport crew? It seems wasteful for a resource-starved, isolated city to have all the soldiers' rifles loaded with armor-piercing rounds. The tense atmosphere doesn't match what should be a routine transport mission, and she cannot understand humans like those soldiers. Their indifference to a fallen comrade, their reluctance to even properly bury the dead. This isn't like any human she's encountered before. Is something wrong with Aerospace City itself? Or is it something else? A sharp crack echoes from the other end of the forest, like the sound of a bamboo pole being split in two. But this is far from the subtropical environment suited for bamboo forests, and the perilous minefield is clearly no place for practicing martial arts. A series of dull thuds follow in rapid succession, barely masking desperate, hoarse shouts in the background. It's gunfire, tearing through the air. It's the convoy from before. The highway leading to Aerospace City remains the only lead, but the encounters along the way blur the lines between reality and illusion. She rushes toward the source of the sound. An eerie silence blankets the forest. Massive trees loom in the black smoke, their needles swaying gently, trembling as if in fear. The stench of burnt, rotting wood permeates the air as an unsettling presence closes in from all directions. It's all mechanoids here. Contrary to expectations, she finds no destroyed transport vehicles or human casualties at the attack site. Scorched metal casings lie scattered throughout the forest, staining the moss black. Fractured circuits burst from the mechanical shells, and the neatly rounded holes, marked with traces of molten damage, are unmistakably the work of armor-piercing rounds. The scattered mechanoids emit monotonous buzzing sounds, as if still struggling to return to normal operation. Like the unconscious moans of someone on their deathbed. Kelong General Purpose Autonomous Machine. Yolkovsky Aerospace City. She examines the inscriptions on the surface of the mechanoids, confirming the origin of the victims. Clearly, everything before her is the result of those soldiers' unleashed fury. That city is likely teetering on the brink of total collapse. Han Ying surveys the place, searching for potential clues. Despite the physical damage, the indicator lights on the elongated mechanical structure still flicker faintly, hinting at the thoughts that once pulsed through its processor circuits. Han Ying moves in for a closer look and suddenly realizes it's a metallic arm buried beneath the wreckage. At the end of the prosthetic limb, human skin is faintly visible, pulsing with a bluish tint. A human? After carefully moving aside the remnants of the two mechanoids, Han Ying finds an unconscious young man. Despite her utmost caution, the man startles awake. My head's spinning. Wait, this is the guy from earlier. Your external injuries aren't severe, but I lack the proper medical capabilities to treat you further. Please be careful. Your companions. She weighs her words carefully while recalling her journey here. There weren't any soldiers dressed like this in the vehicle. Could he have come from another transport? The man opens his eyes and takes in the carnage around him. Lowering the hand pressed against his forehead, he turns to face Han Ying. He seems to grasp the situation, though a hint of confusion still lingers in his eyes. I suppose my companions are all dead now, but thank you anyway. May I ask who you are? I'm just a passing rescuer. You can call me Han Ying. She's unsure whether it's safe to reveal her true identity to the man. I'm sorry, Han Ying, for you to see something like this. He clutches his temple as the wound there begins to throb with pain again. Can you move? You need to have that wound treated before it gets worse. It's fine. Let's head back to the city first. I can hold out until then. That battle just now. Besides the person before her, there are no other human remains at the scene. It's because of me, these mechanoids. They were all my guards. The young man breaks into a fit of heavy coughing, seemingly having suffered severe internal wounds. He looks around warily, hesitates for a moment, then speaks again. Pardon me for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Alexei, the current governor of this city. Those soldiers were humans who deserted from Aerospace City. They suspected me of being a traitor and attacked me, hoping to reclaim the city for themselves. These... are they all gone? Ignoring his own wounds, Alexei's eyes linger on the fallen mechanoid scattered across the ground, his face etched with sorrow. Some can still be repaired, but the others... Even for mechanoids, a destroyed core means death, just as final as it is for humans. This is all my fault. Please, take me back to the city quickly. I'll find people to help. The young man struggles to his feet with Han Ying's support. I'm sorry to trouble you like this when we've only just met. It's alright. The conflicting information makes it difficult for Han Ying to take a clear stance. She maintains a calculated silence, following Alexei's lead as they weave through the towering trees. No matter what, she has never let her guard down. As they reach the forest's edge, a vast expanse of frozen tundra suddenly unfolds before them. The road stretches toward the horizon, ending beneath the arched gateway of towering city walls. The majestic silver structure soars upward, piercing through the misty clouds above. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City, once the Earth's eye gazing at the stars. Any further ahead and we'll be in range of the defense system. I have an identification chip inside me, so it won't target me. As for you, my guest... By the roadside, an off-road vehicle with Aerospace City marked on its door is parked next to the guardrail. Please, get in. I'm not totally sure this guy's human. Because it looks like he's got something, like, on his shoulder. What's that? Like, he could have extensive prosthetics or something. But I don't know. As they draw closer to the city gates, Han Ying begins to truly grasp the sheer scale of this city. The city walls, studded with sentry turrets, cast their shadow across the highway, soon engulfing everything in darkness as they blot out the sky completely. The towering walls stretch endlessly as far as the eye can see, completely obscuring the buildings that are visible from a distance. The off-road vehicle soon reaches the checkpoint, where Alexei's influence allows his unauthorized passenger to pass through the mechanoid guards with ease. As they cross under the archway, the city's interior finally reveals itself in full view. Here we are at Aerospace City. A peculiar expression crosses his face, pride and sorrow intertwining his features. Small groups of mechanoids traverse the entrance plaza with mechanical precision, their movements perfectly coordinated, yet devoid of any semblance of life. Suspended atop concrete pillars and massive machinery, the ground-based deck resembles a launch rail, its immense scale making even the distant launch towers appear modest in comparison. Just a moment, please. The vehicle briefly stops at the city gate where Alexei exchanges a few words with the mechanoid guard. After the guard departs, 2 small vehicles depart from the city shortly after. I've asked them to help prepare the mechanoid guards outside the city. We should also keep an eye on the rebels' movements. We can't let them harm any more people. Of course. She offers a courteous nod. Now then, allow me to give my guest from Kowloon a tour of the city. Are you sure you're alright with those injuries? It's fine. Dealing with the rebels is more urgent. Besides, I want you to know what really happened here. A flicker of shadowy, unreadable intent passes through the young man's violet eyes. Along every street, they spot facilities resembling residential buildings. Dilapidated letterboxes hang from walls and porches. These structures appear to be where the researchers once lived. The entrance halls, which should be bustling with activity, now stand in dead silence. No footsteps or casual conversations echo through the corridors. The empty windows remain devoid of any curious human onlookers. Stiff-moving mechanoids frequently pass by on both sides of the road. They move swiftly, driven by their programming to execute urgent tasks, too busy to spare even a moment of the lifeless street of this dead city. just like busy pedestrians, aren't they? I understand your analogy, but where are the human residents of this city? According to the human soldiers outside the city, known as rebels, this city is not as deserted as it seems. You mentioned the human rebels earlier, so... no need to worry. You'll meet them soon enough. The stories from the cargo crew soldiers are incompatible with the statement of the self-proclaimed governor of the city. The young man shows no rush to explain himself, instead taking his time as if profoundly presenting a prized creation. They arrive at a street corner where a platform-like structure stands. The mechanoids docked there pull power cables from the charging stations, plug them into ports on their sides, and flip the power switches. Han Ying suddenly realizes that what looks like a rain shelter above the platform is actually a solar panel array. Have these facilities always been here in the city? Yes. Every time I see these facilities, I'm amazed by how automated this city is. Those who gaze at the stars despite nothing more than the gravity, despise nothing more than the gravity of mundane life. That's why it's only natural to leave the menial tasks to machines. It's a shame I was born after the calamity. I never had the chance, like my predecessors, to devote myself entirely to scientific research. How are things in Kowloon? Sending a construct like you for reconnaissance. Are they planning to reclaim Aerospace City? Alexei throws out the question with nonchalance, adopting an air of casual conversation. Kowloon has no such intentions. We just heard some news about Aerospace City from the outside world, and came to check on its condition. Though his deduction isn't entirely accurate, Han Ying finds herself secretly impressed by Alexei's keen observation skills. As you can see, your secret won't cause any panic around here, so relax. A derisive snort escapes from his nose. So tell me, what exactly happened to Aerospace City all these years? Hold on now. Let me tell you a story. As they turn a corner, he fixes his gaze ahead and slowly begins to speak. There was once a professor who gathered all the students in his institute to the plaza one morning. Is this a story about the past of Aerospace City? In a way, yes. But for now, miss, just treat it as a story being told. The students discovered the lawn covered with orange markers, dividing the entire field into neat, dense squares. They exchanged puzzled looks, wondering what their professor could be planning. After everyone took their position in the designated squares, he addressed the student in the center of the front row. If I give you a number that starts with 1, relay it to the person on your right. If it starts with 0, relay it to the person on your left. For numbers starting with 11 or 11 or 00, pass them to the person behind you. Everyone else should follow the same pattern. Sounds like a pretty straightforward math game. Indeed, the sounds of numbers being called soon filled the entire field. The students had no idea what they were doing. 2 hours later, exhaustion had set in. Many students were sitting on the ground, some even lying down. They only engaged their minds briefly when it was their turn to relay a number. Finally, an exhausted student carelessly passed a number starting with 1 to the person on their left, then left the field in frustration. I'd say the game's over. Not in the way the students thought. He lets out a contemptuous laugh. The next day, the smarter students asked the professor if they had been practicing binary compilation the previous day. However, They thought those numbers were complete gibberish. The professor did not answer, but instead smiled and said a sentence in a foreign language. Great works are built by countless effects. No one understood, so he translated the sentence for the students. The professor announced to the students that the binary code they had ultimately produced the previous day was exactly that foreign sentence. Effects sounds a bit odd here. Maybe it should be another word instead. But their first reaction was one of shock. None of us understand that language, yet we still completed the translation. The professor smiled and asked, "Do you still think your past selves from yesterday were game participants with independent thoughts?" "I believe one of you made a small mistake," he added. That phrase was actually meant to talk about efforts. Then he turned and left the classroom. Alexei doesn't say anything more, while Han Ying stays quiet. It's unclear whether she truly comprehends his intentions or not. The governor leads his guest through lifeless streets into what appears to be a plaza. Before they know it, they find themselves directly beneath the concrete base. Even when they look up, they can barely see the edge of the launch shack at the top. Alexei brings the vehicle to a stop. Look, these are the foreign inscriptions imposed upon Aerospace City. He stares at the magnificent structure in fascination, seemingly oblivious to his own injuries. Ever since entering the city, it's as if his wounds have been healed by this place. He eagerly shows Han Ying around with this massive, magnificent fortress, his enthusiasm evident in every gesture. It looks like a takeoff runway, but this one's built for spacecraft the size of heavy airships, starships. Suddenly, she recalls the Project ARC files she once read in the Grey Tower's database. The fusion-powered Dawn 3 spacecraft launched from platform A31 of Aerospace City. After completing its assembly at the International Space Station, it gradually accelerated to near light speed, venturing into the deep space beyond the solar system. However, the Vanguard ship built by the Church was far more massive in both size and mass. With the space station long destroyed, there were no orbital transfer stations left to use. To make the Vanguard ship break free from the constraints of natural laws directly from the surface, a launch method of equal magnitude was required. And back then, what they planned to use was a magnetic accelerator track for spacecraft. How Long's code name for it was Bifrost. The researchers who relocated here carried out the Science Council's will, even as the world turned upside down. Even as their dreams of reaching beyond this atmosphere faded into delirious whispers. They continued their counting game without understanding its meaning. You see, they are no different from the students unconsciously playing the role of computer components. Ending the game is an act of mercy, especially for the mechanoids who've been playing along with them. We've given Bifrost a new meaning, in a much more efficient way. Several transport vehicles are parked by the garage beneath the base. The drivers, shoulders slumped with exhaustion, hop down from their cabs and call out to their companions at the cargo holds to begin unloading. This is the first time Han Ying has seen humans since entering the city. The cargo containers bear no markings. They clearly aren't from within the city. Their shapes are too random and disorganized for a city built on standardized modular components. Yet the transport vehicles are identical to the one that carried her incubation pod. This means the key is likely hidden among those cargo containers. While mechanoids are confined to the city due to the punishing virus outside, humans remain unaffected by the virus that rages through the circuits. see? A perfect division of labor. But they don't seem satisfied with that. Their discontent is understandable. Give the starving bread today, and they'll demand steak tomorrow. All the mechanoids want is a charging station. You can still be friends with them afterward. The governor appears completely indifferent to how his fellow humans react. Indeed, the workers maintain an understanding silence. Some occasionally cast surprised glances at Han Ying, but quickly suppress their curiosity. Is this what you meant by the new meaning of Bifrost? Just endless labor to wear down human will? Of course not. This magnetic accelerator track for spacecraft, how long's Bifrost? Its purpose extends far beyond just that. He repeats his previous statement. As for the rest, I'm sorry. Cannot disclose any more details. Everything encountered thus far has been nothing short of bizarre. There are no awakened machines in the city, and even Alexei, despite his composure, seems more like a masterfully crafted decoy. The machines have already established their dominance, so what is the purpose of continuing to allocate resources to Bifrost? Could this all be her doing? As the vehicle turns another corner, she notices a massive dismantling device fixed into the wall at the center of the base pillar facing the plaza. The dark brown bloodstains on the gray-white stones and iron walls are a jarring sight. She recalls the only marked time left on her old frame, the way the lone ship contained its passengers. But even the brutality of million-volt currents feels tame compared to the cruelty of the instrument before her. Any functioning system requires reasonable rules to sustain itself. Noticing Han Ying's expression, Alexei explains with calculated indifference. A mechanoid from a passing formation suddenly comes to a halt in the plaza, despite there being no charging stations nearby. Its mechanical frame is wrapped in spacesuit-like protective gear, with sensors completely enclosed within the helmet. An inscription on the helmet's crown appears to be its name, Dmitri. The mechanoid turns toward the dismantling equipment, its upper body tilting forward in a measured arc. She's about to conclude that she has discovered the singularity within this static realm. The young man's brow furrows with irritation as he tries to dodge the question. Just a common programming error. At the summit of a towering spire overlooking the city, another witness observes this little ceremony in silence. Her attitude toward that mechanoid borders on contempt. Just a low-life's pathetic act. The eye-catching mechanoid slowly retrieves a withered branch and places it on the disassembly station's control panel. Han Ying recognizes the plant. It's black crowberry, an Arctic perennial. In the warmer eastern regions of Kowloon, its distant cousin is known as the azalea. While these flowers often carry messages of remembrance, they were never meant for mourning. Yet here, perhaps there is no other choice. She poses no threat. No need to waste time on her. I'll handle this personally later. Come see me. The governor cups his ear and forces his features into an awkward smile at Han Ying. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Feel free to use any repair stations and equipment you find in the city. With that, he turns and leaves the plaza. Han Ying no longer needs this negligent guide either, as she has found a more crucial lead. The previous hanged man must have truly died, but there are likely far more awakened machines in the city than anticipated. There is no time. As Han Ying passes through the empty streets, she performs an infrared scan of the buildings. While these tomb-like structures appear as cold blue masses in the readout, the walls conceal countless heat signatures matching human silhouettes. If guns and firearms could be detected as blue or crimson shapes too, there would hardly be any blue left to see. How can a governor simply turn a blind eye to all this? This seemingly lifeless city on the brink of being devoured by hellfire. She must find the key Cervantes spoke of before everything comes to pass. I don't trust that guy. He seems suspicious and shady. And he doesn't have a trustworthy look on his face, you know? I think he's got nefarious plans of some variety. Anyway, I think I'm going to very quickly take a break and go to the bathroom and maybe get just a little snack because I'm a little bit hungry and I don't want to be starving while I do this, you know? So I'll be right back. I'll just go to the bathroom and get a little snack. See you soon. This is also a good opportunity for me to get up and stretch a little. Bye, see you soon. again. Hi there. Sorry that took kind of a while. The good thing is, I've eaten food. I would have just brought a snack in here, but since this is a game where I have to read a lot of the dialogue myself, you know, reading and eating, they don't go together. So anyway, thank you for the welcome back. Let's get into it. Grant me protection. You can't always count on the outsider to be kind. You got some water? Good. Come see me. Wait, his eyes. They weren't that color before. What happened? What? I knew something's up with him. What? For a moment, his mind drifts into a daze. Oh god. The cold wind bites sharply as he doubles over, coughing. The wounds from the earlier attack begin to throb with a dull ache. Did I black out again? Come see me. The voice through the comm carries a hint of impatience. Got it, Veronica. No further instructions come from the other end. Step by step, his boots crunch through the snow as he ascends the stairs like a pilgrim on a sacred journey. From this high rooftop, the snow-blanketed cityscape unfolds beneath, stretching as far as the eye can see. The wind howls past as he comes to a halt, keeping a safe distance from the building's edge. You know what to report. The speaker remains facing away, with wind and snow whipping between them like a wall. Humans continue to sow chaos here and there as usual. There's an almost imperceptible complexity in his tone now, making him seem like a different person from when he entered the city not long ago. But I haven't heard anything about that usual chaos requiring you to leave the city yourself. Well, she's got weird little eyes on her shoulders. The woman on the rooftop turns around. Her stern expression is frigid as the winter air around her. So maybe it's like a little early to be theorizing, but what if there's some kind of like thing going on with Alexei? Like, maybe he's got like some kind of, maybe he's got like an AI or something that like takes over his body or something. Or maybe, again, maybe he's just not human in the first place and he's got like multiple AI personas inside his brain. But I'm like, what if like what if he's got like, if he has 2 or more personas, what if one of them is working with the resistance and the other one is working against them? That'd be He could be a traitor and he wouldn't even know it, kind of. You're hurt. Was it the humans doing? Alexei turns his head, revealing several distinct bullet holes and scratches on his mechanical arm. His hand instinctively tightens around the mechanoid memory unit, something he's been desperately trying to protect. It's just a scratch. Only the prosthetic part was damaged. I did figure he had a prosthetic arm. Wandering into a crossfire zone for no reason. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I was just trying to bring back some deactivated mechanoids in that area. You know, I am the best machinist in the city. And my kin had to sacrifice themselves to protect you. I'm sorry. I didn't expect those rebels to show up. I managed to preserve their memory units, though. We can just connect them. Is this all you have to offer as your explanation? Veronica. He lets out a soft sigh. So maybe he does remember what happened before. I wasn't sure if he did. But something's clearly weird with him. Something about some kind of identity thing, I assume. Tell me the truth. When I regained consciousness, I was already outside the city. It's been happening more often lately. Maybe it's the rejection from the mechanical parts. Okay, maybe he doesn't remember all of it. You should have learned your lesson by now. This isn't the first time. I'm sorry. I will... Before he can finish, Veronica's features harden, evidently displeased. It won't happen again, Veronica. When I snapped out of it, I was already in the city with that person from Kowloon. Given how tense things have been, Hold on. Veronica motions for Alexei to hush. Turning her head, she listens intently, her features sharpening with renewed vigilance. It's happening again. The faint sounds of gunfire drown in the relentless howling of the blizzard. Wait for me at the administrative hall. She turns and strides toward the source of the gunfire. It can't go on like this, Veronica. Both humans and mechanoids have suffered for far too long in this endless cycle of conflict. The increasingly frequent clashes only serve to prove that. Now the sound of gunfire rings out dangerously close. You see it now, Alexei? This is what your beloved fellow humans are truly like. Chaos erupts in the street as the once orderly mechanoids start to flash warning lights, electricity crackling through their metallic frames. Humans wielding makeshift weapons emerge from the shadows, ready for confrontation. Head back to the administrative hall and tend to your wounds. I'll handle the situation here. Don't worry about that Kowloon person. I'll take care of her myself. Wait, now that I think of it, when Han Ying found him first, his face was still in shadow for a little bit. So maybe it shifted during that conversation, and then there was a different persona in charge of his body, and then just now he came back. Maybe that's how it went. After parting ways with Alexei, Han Ying walks alone through the snow-dusted streets. Most mechanoids in this city seem to merely follow their preset programming, or perhaps they're acting on someone's directives. But she finds that aerospace mechanoid from earlier rather peculiar. Despite there being no charging station, It stopped on its own and bowed toward that execution ground. Such behavior resembles that of an awakened machine. If she could talk to it, she might learn more about this city. She is in dire need of comprehending the city and locating the key left behind by Sage. She glances back to where the aerospace mechanoid had previously stood. Its space now lies vacant. It left? But... The dispersed footprints speckle the snow-covered terrain, akin to droplets of ink, trailing off like an ellipsis. Following in the prints in the snow, she weaves through several alleyways. The shadows cast by buildings diminish steadily as the footprints meander across the uneven landscape, ultimately vanishing at the brink of a hill. A sharp scent of rust cuts through the air, as she realizes the rugged terrain is not that of a hill, but rather that of a graveyard. A mechanoid graveyard. Rusted steel beams lie entangled beneath the thick snow, masquerading as an ordinary hill. Mechanical limbs protrude defiantly from the snow as wandering mechanoids scavenge for compatible parts, collecting, installing, discarding, endlessly repeating this desperate cycle. Is this the only way they can prepare themselves? Will we meet again? Following the voice, she looks over to find a mechanoid who, instead of using the debris for self-repair, is arranging the fragments into the shape of another mechanoid atop the ruins. We promised. Yet no matter how well assembled, a shell without a core will never move again. The mechanoids seem to refuse this reality, stubbornly fitting parts into the shells. Like a silent prayer, their signal lights flicker on and off, again and again. There won't be any response anymore. We promised. Will we meet again? The little mechanoid busily repeats its task with mechanical precision. An overwhelming wave of sadness suddenly engulfs her. She feels as though she has become that empty shell herself, forced to witness her kin assembling her over and over, endlessly waiting for her return. Such endless waiting must be so painful. Synthetic tears trickle from the female mechanoid's eyes as she sits down gracefully in the falling snow, slowly raising the instrument in her arms. May this melody bring you some solace. Her fingers gently pluck the strings, the melody flowing into the distance. The mechanoids, captivated by the music, slowly gather around her like children listening to a bedtime story. Falling snow envelops the mechanoids in a frosty coat. Through the misty veil of snow, she notices their signal lights no longer flickering in distress. Before she knows it, the small mechanoids wandering through the graveyard have all gathered around her, peering from every direction. Are you feeling better now? Instinctively, she reaches out to pat a mechanoid's head. Seemingly unable to grasp such complex words, it simply blinks at her in response. Thank you. You are human. Please, follow me. The mechanoid moves towards the place where it previously assembled its companion, pausing occasionally and glancing back to ensure Han Ying is keeping up. You are kind, human. But here, human, not safe. Please, follow me. Sensing the mechanoid's intent to lead her somewhere, Han Ying follows along. This is The path gradually levels out, and scattered footprints appear once again in the snow. Her enhanced optical sensors quickly discern the footprints. They belong to the mechanoid from the Foundation Plaza earlier. Where have you been? I went to the Foundation Plaza. Is it nearing that time of year already? Thank you for always doing this for me. She glances at her wheelchair, a bitter smile crossing her face. Miss Eula, no thanks are necessary. I was also paying my respects to my kin. The distant rumble of gunfire draws closer, and Yulia's smile fades, her expression turning grave. The clashes between humans and mechanoids have been getting more frequent. The city hasn't known peace for a while now. The girl remains silent, seemingly waiting for something. Dimitri's shoulders slump, his small frame betraying a hint of resignation. I'll try to stay inside as much as possible these days. I don't mean to blame you. Having received his promise, the young girl breathes a sigh of relief, her tone growing gentler. You don't have any combat capability. It's dangerous for you to be involved in conflicts. And she glances toward a corner of the factory, where a figure in pale pink busies herself amid the bustling crowd. I don't think we can take in any more guests here. Another case of hypothermia. Thank goodness I brought extra portable heat sources. Katina, your wound is still worsening. The treatment might sting a bit. Thank you. I didn't know you had such impressive medical skills. Could you please take a look at this kid? He won't stop crying, and I'm worried he might be sick. Of course. He seems to have a fever, too. Do you have any extra clothes? Under Liv's gentle care, the child stops crying, settled into another small bed in the corner. But Miss Eula, those two refugees are helping us. Those two aren't refugees, Dima. That woman with white hair is a construct. Despite their attempts at disguise, Yulia recognizes the hair clip on the woman's head for what it truly is, an Inver device. This is something you taught me yourself. Being one of the few awakened machines in Aerospace City, Dimitri naturally acquired some minor privileges after Veronica assumed control. With these minor privileges, he obtained access to additional information from the outside world, which he shared with the young Yulia back then. There are many constructs taking refuge outside the city, and this lady is helping us. I won't deny that, but she and her companion possess power that could pose a threat to us. You have to look out for yourself, Dima. You can't always count on outsiders' goodwill. I know how to identify suspicious individuals, Miss Eula. Today, Governor Alexei brought a strange visitor with him. After he left, she tried to talk to me, but I managed to lose her at the graveyard. Yulia gives a slight nod. Out of the corner of her eye, she notices that the construct has returned to her companion's side. Everything has been taken care of, Commandant. You've worked hard, Liv. I never imagined the situation in Aerospace City would be like this. Neither did I. Initially, you had imagined a city occupied by mechanoids to be similar to Constellia. Sparsely populated, yet orderly. However, upon entering Dimitri's sanctuary, you were taken aback by the actual living conditions of the humans here. Medical supplies are scarce, and people are displaced. According to the locals, only humans deemed innocent by the mechanoids can secure employment in the city that offers enough to survive. Any response from Babylonia? The military's latest orders are to proceed with our investigation. Since this doesn't entail direct conflict with Babylonia, they likely won't send the people into the city anytime soon. Let's see how things play out first. Investigating Aerospace City is just one aspect of the mission. The communication from Asimov before departure springs to your mind. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. You should be aware of this location. I remember it. It oversaw the launch mission of the Dawn 3 spacecraft and conducted the research, development, and technical verification of Eden 1. This city holds considerable strategic importance. Try to understand the situation inside thoroughly. If the data is accurate, the final structure being constructed in Aerospace City should be that. Project codenamed Bifrost. Get me as much detailed information about it as possible. You have my thanks. From outside, a strange sound reaches your ears, interrupting your contemplation. Liv, be on guard. Understood. Despite the indoor clamor, footsteps echo loudly through the empty corridor leading to the factory. Who's there? Dima, hide yourself first. Yulia grabs Dimitri's arm and urges him to hide away. Not many know about this place. I'll stay to check if they're friend or foe. You need to hide now. No, Miss Eula. You should go first, and... He maximizes his voice output capacity and shouts toward the crowd. An unknown signal detected is approaching. Everyone, please take cover. Panic erupts through the crowd as people push and shove their way toward the emergency exit. Hurry, Dima. You need to get out of here too. An unusual hint of anxiety seeps into Yulia's voice as she prompts the mechanoid beside her, all the while drawing the gun mounted on her wheelchair. The rusty iron door lets out a hoarse screech, setting everyone's nerves on edge. The once noisy crowd now stands frozen in place, afraid to make even the slightest sound. A small mechanoid peeks out from behind the corner of the door. Mia, it's you. The crowd, seemingly acquainted with the small mechanoid, starts to stir back to life as the iron door creaks open wider. Pardon my intrusion. A woman in traditional Kowloon attire appears before the crowd. A few minutes ago, the small mechanoid's path mysteriously matches the footprints on the ground. Following its lead, Han Yang enters an abandoned factory. Distant voices and commotion reverberate through the space, still some distance away from her position. Humans? The biosignatures don't lie. Dozens of humans are hiding within this derelict factory. Clomp, clomp. The mechanoid's footsteps echo through this empty factory. Suddenly, she notices an eerie silence has fallen. The previous commotion has dissipated, as though everyone is holding their breath, anticipating her arrival. They seem to have marked her as an intruder. Even though the small mechanoid has guided her here, the intentions of those residing inside remain unclear. She ought to remain on guard. She cautiously pushes open the rust-covered iron door, revealing several ranged weapons aimed at her. Her gaze sweeps across the room before settling on a human wearing basic combat gear. Grey Raven Commandant, it's you. Han Ying? Even though you find this frame unfamiliar, there's something about her face that confirms her identity. Oh, you remember me. How wonderful. The chaotic scenes from that time flood back into your memory. The mechanoid named Schulz appeared suddenly and attacked Han Ying, who was supposed to be his comrade. Only when her vital fluid splashed out did you realize the truth. She wasn't human at all. Even though you have only met once, her gaze toward you somehow exudes warmth and tenderness. Perhaps there's another reason for this sense of familiarity, but the memories have grown too hazy to recall. Han Ying? Do you know each other? I apologize for showing up uninvited. It's rather presumptuous of me. I came here in search of a friend I lost contact with long ago. Back at that plaza, I saw one of my kin, so I followed them here, hoping to ask if they had any information about my friend. That's impossible. My tracks should have disappeared at the dumping ground. Sensing no hostility from Han Ying, the mechanoid hiding behind the wheelchair cautiously peers out to look at her. I did lose my way at the dumping ground, but then I ran into another fellow mechanoid there. This is thank you, right? The tiny mechanoid emerges from beside Han Ying's feet, speaking with a stutter. So, you were the one who brought her here. Miss Eula. This fellow mechanoid named Han Ying appears to mean no harm. Nia has told me everything that happened. Yulia lowers her hunting rifle, yet her gaze remains wary toward Han Ying. Humans rarely refer to each other as kin, precisely because the word is too simplistic to capture the complexity of human nature. His hideout has always been secluded. Whether I welcome you or not hardly matters, now that you're already here. She closes her eyes and wearily turns her wheelchair halfway around, silently accepting Han Ying's arrival. Number 7. The Negotiator. This city is too small for a real war. Dimitri, the aerospace mechanoid, shifts his gaze toward the frail young girl who has distanced herself from the others. Miss Eula. Letting out a soft sigh, Yulia waves her hand once more. Knowing that her silence is approval, Dimitri turns to Han Ying and speaks deliberately. Pardon my forwardness, Han Ying. While I'm grateful for your help with Nia, there are still some matters that I would like you to clarify. Back at the Foundation Plaza, I saw you entering the city with Governor Alexei. Do you know him? I ran into him in the woods outside the city. It appeared that he had recently been attacked by humans, protected by mechanoids at that time. Then I came to the city with him. Han Ying waits patiently as the mechanoid in front of her processes her words for truthfulness, its screen flickering. Han Ying, thank you for your honesty. A brief green light flashes across Dimitri's screen. He has verified that Han Ying is telling the truth. This could be favorable for us. So the one you're hiding from is Governor Alexei? That's correct. But Alexei is human. Why do we have to hide here? Why do we have to struggle so hard just to live? The wheelchair slowly turns around, yet Yulia's voice remains as distant as ever. She looks around at the dozens of people squeezed into the cramped factory floor. Despite being called a sanctuary, the facility is so rudimentary that multiple people must share a single blanket for warmth. Though Alexei is human, he bears the label of machine, which is why he's targeted by humans, but protected by mechanoids. He's nothing but a puppet, manipulated to maintain the facade that humans are still in charge of Aerospace City, while acting as a convenient intermediary between mechanoids and humans. The one we really need to steer clear of is the true ruler of Aerospace City standing behind him, Veronica. Veronica? You know her. Yulia fixes Han Yang with a piercing stare, her hand resting ready on the holstered gun at her side. Is Veronica the friend you've been looking for, Han Yang? I'm sorry. I never expected things would turn out like this. To be precise, I've never actually met her. I only know her by name. She arrived here a long time ago to search for one of our kin. After reporting their death, she was never heard from again. The place where I lived suffered turmoil. When I ended up in this area by chance, I heard some news about her, so I came looking. Little did she know that Veronica was directly responsible for the uprising at Aerospace City. After scrutinizing Han Ying's expression, Yulia gradually lets her guard down. Mechanoids don't lie. While they may sidestep certain subjects or employ awkward evasion tactics, they don't lie. This fellow mechanoid of yours has managed to overthrow the entire regime of Aerospace City and set up a mechanoid-led rule all by herself. Since then, there have been minor skirmishes between humans and mechanoids. However, today's direct attack on Alexei, while Veronica holds authority over the city, is nothing short of blatant provocation. As the conflicts keep escalating, things are only going to get tougher from here. Tina, we should start getting ready to relocate to another hideout. Understood, Miss Eula. By the way, Han Ying, about that other mechanoid Veronica was looking for. Is it SDC-39? Yes. In the Grey Tower's database, she had come across it. SDC-39. The idea of the ID of the former Hanged Man. It disappeared from existence before ever having a true name of its own. The lost mechanoid who was never brought back, the countless bodies at the dumping ground, and the city now overtaken by mechanoids. He has nearly reconstructed the entire puzzle from these scattered truths. The only missing piece is a conclusive confirmation. What in the world happened during that time? Bifrost happened. Dmitri opens a slender crevice in the window. Through this minute opening, a colossal bridge stretches across the heavens, visible even from this confined factory space. A magnetic acceleration track for spacecraft. Kowlong's codename for it was Bifrost. I see someone has already told you about it. It's a magnetic acceleration track designed to boost spacecraft launches more efficiently. A remnant of the Golden Age, built to pave the way to the stars. Back then, humanity saw the starry sky as heaven itself. That's why this magnetic track came to be known as Bifrost. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City, or the Tsiolkovsky Launch Center as it was also known, was built under the supervision of Dr. Tsiolkovsky. Right from the start, a multitude of mechanoids were stationed here to manage a majority of the miscellaneous tasks. They were ideal for preserving confidentiality, never divulging details about ongoing research projects, diligently executing their duties with steadfast devotion. As per Dr. Tsiolkovsky's request, Dr. Landau, who was then still based in Kowloon, supplied the AI systems for the majority of the mechanoids in the city. The final test. Initialization patterns danced across the screen of the small astronaut-like mechanoid as it prepared to power on for the first time. Please repeat the following sentence. The Earth was small, light blue, and so touchingly alone. The Earth was small, light blue, and so touchingly alone. Source: Alexei Leonov. You're still as amusing as ever. Ah, Professor. Before Landau could give the little mechanoid in front of him a name of its own, he hurriedly stood up. You finished calibrating this batch of small machines, right? Care for a drink? Yes, they're good to go. This is the final batch, but Professor, we're still on the clock. Aren't I the one footing the bill for your paycheck here anyway? Come on. There's this drink mixed by a mechanoid that really hits the spot. It's right in It still feels weird calling a city named after me myself. Sharing a laugh, the two made their way out the door. The Earth was small, light blue, and so touchingly alone. SDC-39, you're repeating that sentence again. During the outbreak of the punishing virus, SDC-39 swiftly exhibited unusual intelligence after being inspired by Sage's murals. It all began when SDC-39 voluntarily brought medicine and a glass of water to the deputy director, who couldn't issue commands due to an asthma attack. Later on, people found out that he often sneaked off to Bifrost during his designated sleep mode hours. When forcibly reactivated, Dmitri found himself dragged here once again by SDC-39. My power levels should be insufficient to activate. I helped you recharge. Having awakened earlier, SDC-39 clearly had a better grasp of language. Why? You're my kin, Dmitri. It is my duty to help you. Why? Here. Though Dmitri struggled to voice his doubts, SDC-39 clearly perceived his confusion. This place. It's beautiful. Just like this. He lifted Dimitri's screen, one identical to his own, tilting Dimitri's visual module upward. Stars. Something about that image seemed so cute to me. God, what is it about little robot people becoming, like, kind of human and developing sentience that's so, like, adorable to me in a way? Yes, stars. The Earth. Would it look like this from space? A tiny blue star. Once Bifrost is built, we'll be able to go see it for ourselves. We? Yes, we. Humans and mechanoids. We. After the punishing outbreak, Aerospace City sealed itself off entirely once the central purification filter was completed. With the assistance of mechanoids, the construction of Bifrost advanced rapidly. SDC-39 always worked hard, teaching us many things during work breaks, but humans were too consumed by fear back then to care about what mechanoids were thinking. All they wanted were obedient slaves. Having our own thoughts was an error. Taking our own actions was also an error. They took 39 away. He falls into an unusual silence, seemingly unwilling to speak more of the past, as Yulia turns around with a sigh. The research team of Aerospace City, led by my father, discovered traces of the punishing virus in SDC-39's analysis report. That's impossible. The Wiccan machines wouldn't. But they disposed of SDC-39. Yulia will never forget the sight of that frenzied female mechanoid breaking out of the central laboratory. She seemed like divine retribution personified, sent to punish all the absurdity of this place. Dad? Who is she? Be quiet. Yulia, with her mouth covered by her father, was shoved into the storage room of their home. Soon after, the female mechanoid who called herself Veronica took control of the entire command system, swiftly overthrowing human dominance and establishing a mechanoid society. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize for her actions. Yulia's face remains expressionless. In order to maintain communication with humans, Alexei, once a human researcher, became the puppet governor of the city. Of course, humans weren't about to bow down to mechanoid rule. They banded together to create a resistance force and forced my father to become their leader. She speaks these words with evident detachment, as if she herself stands apart from humanity. And so, he died at the very spot where SDC-39 was executed. Sorry. As I said, there's no need for you to apologize. Every wrongdoing must be accounted for, and every action comes with a price. But some tragedies should never be allowed to repeat themselves. She doesn't specify what she's referring to, simply gazing at where Dmitri stands in silence. I understand, Miss Eula, but with the ongoing conflicts, many refugees have been displaced. Apart from Aerospace City, there are hardly any safe shelters around here for humans. The pleasure that only humans can appreciate. Despite being kin, they're still willing to plunge the peaceful lives of others into the thick darkness of gunpowder and smoke. Yulia, resistance activity has been spotted at the dumping ground. Weariness floods her hollow eyes. How many times have they come knocking at our door now? Before Dmitri can speak, a deep voice cuts in with the answer. What a question. Looks like our visits have been giving you quite a headache, Yulia. The leader stands confidently outside the factory entrance, gesturing for his soldiers to lower their weapons. Sure, we might have been a bit of a nuisance before, but things have changed this time. Relax, Yulia. No need to be so impatient. But things have changed this time. Relax, Yulia. No need to be so impatient. She mechanically echoes the leader's words. This is your 5th visit, and I've heard that line 4 times already. You bet. That's because I'm quite the persistent one. He lets out a few raspy, self-satisfied chuckles, evidently content with his own behavior. Let's cut to the chase. Our successful strike against Alexei shows that our uprising isn't all hopeless. clearly have a misguided understanding of what hope means. She has already heard this bad news from Han Yang. I get what you're itching to say, that Alexei is just a puppet, and our resistance is pointless as long as Veronica stays in charge. Just like in chess, we need to move our pieces carefully, one step at a time. At the very least, we've made a strong move by putting a good scare into that traitor to humanity. In that case, congratulations. I'll take that as praise from our future ally. Yulia, what I'm saying is that your strength is just as crucial. If you join us in the fight, we can move forward together, taking another big step. One piece alone on the board seldom wins, but if we unite our forces, I'm confident we can win this game. I promise you, we won't let the tragedy that befell your father repeat itself. My father? Her smile freezes, tinged with a touch of coldness. Yes, Leonid was someone I deeply admired. He fought bravely, putting everything on the line for the future of Aerospace City and all of humanity. As his daughter, I believe you carry just as much strength as he did. This noble cause of yours was exactly what pushed him into the limelight, causing his miserable death at the Foundation Plaza. And now you expect me to join forces with you, using the same old rhetoric as back then? What a shame, Yulia. Here I thought you turned us down simply because we hadn't shown enough promising results. But even if you refuse to join us, do you honestly believe that Veronica will let you off the hook? Now that we've attacked that traitor, she won't allow humans to live peacefully in Aerospace City anymore. Wake up and face reality. You're threatening me. I'm inviting you to witness the rebirth of Aerospace City. With just a handful of people you have. And of course, there's your group too, Yulia. The Resistance leader steps forward, his eyes gleaming with menace. That's far from enough. Upon thorough consideration, intervention appears necessary to you. With Yulia at a disadvantage, there's a possibility of the Resistance group surrounding the area, putting both Liv and yourself in danger as well. And who might you be now? The middle-aged man fixes his menacing gaze upon you. I'm with a recon squad at Babylonia. After checking your credentials, the man speaks again. The skepticism still lingers in his voice. Babylonia. High and mighty showing up here. Surprising to see you mingle with us refugees. And what brilliant insight do you have to share? Your strength is nowhere near enough to stand against the mechanoids of Aerospace City. Apart from Veronica's combat prowess, the refugees armed with these rudimentary weapons would likely be torn apart by the mechanoids long before they could even reach the central district. That's true. Even with your armor-piercing rounds, there are far too many mechanoids. Oh, so you're here too. Then you must know what those mechanoids have been forcing us to do. Working around the clock, forced to battle hetero creatures. And if we fall even slightly short of the demanded materials, they cut our dinner rations. Well, I guess none of this concerns you in the slightest. Whether you're a girl from Kowloon, or one of the high and mighty from Babylonia. These issues are probably beneath your attention, right? He lets out a few derisive chuckles. What if I told you that spiky-headed witch's targets aren't limited to just us here in Aerospace City? Would you still stand idly in that case? You mean Bifrost? was expected of a Babylonia officer. Sure, it's a magnetic accelerator track, but no one ever said it could launch only spacecraft. I'll be frank. I've heard that Veronica plans to activate Bifrost and launch a vanguard fleet to strike Babylonia. Just as I thought. Is it the comms? Yes, Commandant. Since entering the city, our communication devices have been experiencing significant magnetic interference, causing us to only receive intermittent signals. It must be because the magnetic acceleration track has started charging up. Ready to discuss collaboration now, Yulia? Yet Yulia remains silent, seemingly still hesitant. Unfazed, the leader shifts his focus to you. What about you folks from Babylonia? What's your plan? Bifrost runs on a cold fusion reactor. We can seize it. Bifrost will naturally lose its ability to charge energy. The central purification filter in the city has been working fine. In this godforsaken place, even that damned virus can barely survive. Once we drive that spiky-headed witch away, we'll find a way to blow up that damn bridge. Then you can go on your way, and we'll go ours. You're planning to take the reactor by force? This is the most efficient way to shut down Bifrost, obviously. The bridge has no alternative power source, and those metal freaks have reinforced its structure. Taking the reactor is our only option. If the clash gets out of hand, won't the reactor... Nothing comes without risk. And here, we can only choose the lesser evil. Or would you rather watch them strike Babylonia using Bifrost? There's clearly a third option. Maybe we can still talk things out with Veronica. Talk things out? You're human too. She won't offer you any special treatment simply because you're not a local. Not everyone who has the luxury of talking things out with her, like that traitor Alexei. Even having one human puppet is one too many for her, let alone more. I might not have that luxury, but her gaze locks with the Kowloon-garbed mechanoid. While no official alliance has been established, an unspoken understanding appears to pass between the two of you. I don't buy these diplomatic games. The only thing I believe in is armed backup. I won't stand to see another traitor to humanity in this city. But a military operation to shut down the reactor has a failure rate of 73.23%. In these few days alone, numerous lives have been thrown into suffering. Many humans and mechanoids have died because of your resistance. This city is too small for a real war. And our hearts are just as small. No room for grand notions of peace. All I know is how it feels to work yourself to death, only to still go hungry. All I know is how it feels when the mechanoid guards cut our rations for falling just 500 grams short of the daily recycling quota. All I know is how it feels to watch a young recruit die right before my eyes, barely days after she joined. I just want to drive Veronica out and take back the city that's rightfully ours. That's my answer. That's my sincerity right there. Now it's your turn to show some real sincerity. Bifrost charges in phases. Once this phase ends, magnetic interference will disappear. That's when you can reach out to Babylonia for reinforcements. Don't wait until it's aiming at Babylonia to regret your choice. Drawing his weapon from the holster, the resistance leader turns and walks away in silence, his followers close behind. His silhouette creates a striking image against the backdrop, like something straight out of an action movie. And in his mind, he envisions himself as the hero who can move mountains and change the tides. With bullets as his light, he shall shatter the darkness and deliver salvation. Buzz, why are you being so nice and saving all those Babylonia bigwigs? Even if we shut down the reactor, it won't change the mechanoids' hold on power. If anything, they'll just come down on us even harder. They claim they're from Babylonia. Regardless of which force they belong to, Babylonia won't stay quiet once they activate Bifrost. I'm unsure about that person's identity, but once we pull in Babylonia's reinforcements, they'll be in this, whether they like it or not. Do you really think they'll just stand back and watch Aerospace City fall to mechanoids? When the time comes, they'll wipe out all these mechanoids in one fell swoop. Dimitri, Veronica, all of them. This place must be ruled by human. The hell with those cursed supplies for that damn bridge. Oh, so you're really no better than Veronica. How's the collection of supplies for Bifrost going? We still need 43.89% more to meet the required fuel supply. Additionally, we're missing some composite materials. The last batch helped cover some of it, but we're still short around 20%. Send out the cargo teams to search for more. Yeah, only by activating Bifrost can Aerospace City truly make its mark in this world. When that day comes, this place can shelter all mechanoids. Just like that Church of Machina you once told me about. Only with enough military strength can we stand on equal footing with humans and make our voices heard. The female mechanoid's figure vanishes into the blizzard. He changed again. I really want to know what that's about. Okay. Shadow of the past. Everyone pays for their own choices. And there are no hidden achievements this time. After the Resistance group leaves, Yulia closes her eyes wearily. What a lively scene. Despite her words, there isn't a trace of liveliness reflected in her expression. How long, Mechanoid? The organized resistance force, and the 2 officers from Babylonia. The lady from How Long comes looking for someone, while the resistance group comes seeking alliances. As for you 2 officers, while I haven't directly asked about your intentions, I have a fair idea of why you're here. Since you didn't bring any notable combat units with you, it's obvious you're not here to join the Resistance in battle. I suppose you're just on a reconnaissance mission of this city. Isn't it frustrating, getting pulled into such a mess out of the blue? That's exactly why we need your assistance. How flattering that someone bedridden of me could be of any use to you. Yulia's voice remains perfectly calm, betraying no emotion. Despite this facility's remote location, based on your judgment of the city's situation, you actually possess quite a bit of intelligence. But in the end, I'm just someone confined to a wheelchair. If not for that, we might have been at the Resistance camp instead of you having to settle for this rundown shack. She remains non-committal, as if waiting for sufficient leverage to emerge. One of your wishes is to bring peace back to the city and shield its people from war, isn't it? She closes her eyes, taking a moment to contemplate. I am willing to provide essential intelligence. Just that, and nothing more. Thank you for your understanding, Yulia. Regarding Veronica, the true ruler of this place, you know anything about her? The Resistance leader might have stretched the truth on many counts, but there's one thing he was spot on about. By siding with humans, you will never get the chance to speak with her directly. Her prejudice against humans runs far deeper than you can imagine. That's one reason why, despite holding real power, she has installed a human puppet as a figurehead. Essentially, it's a way to minimize the hassle of dealing with humans directly. Of course, this could also be an opportunity for us. That traitor, Alexei. He might be someone we could have a real conversation with. The governor? Yes. Despite being branded a human traitor, he's done a lot to alleviate the tensions between humans and mechanoids ever since they assumed control of the city. Initially, under Veronica's rules, humans were subjected to mechanoid work standards, working 20 hours a day, with only 4 hours allocated for recharging. It was Alexei who continuously pushed Veronica's boundaries, eventually negotiating it down to 12 hours. But according to the Resistance, people now have to complete a full 24-hour shift before having a rest. Yes, what I said was only the beginning. Recent policies have become increasingly harsh. Working hours have been stretched to a full 24 hours, with only minimal rest allowed after finishing a shift. Human cargo teams are also being forced to enter corrupted zones to gather resources. This is why the Resistance has been growing more radical lately. I believe Alexei can only act as a mediator. Although he may not have the power to directly sway Veronica's authority, he could still negotiate to some degree. If you're thinking about having a conversation, this is pretty much your best bet. Thank you for sharing this with us. As dusk settles in, shadows begin to stretch across Yulia's face, veiling her features in darkness. I'm telling you all this just to show how difficult your goal truly is. The conflicts in the city are escalating by the day. It's already a struggle just to survive amid the chaos. I won't help you any further. All I want is to look out for myself. Someone who only looks out for themselves wouldn't be so well informed about the city. If you're that curious, I could share even more. When my symptoms flare up each day, how much it hurts, how long the pain lasts, and why I'm bound to this wheelchair. These are the things I know best. But what's the use? Fixating only on my illness won't help me survive in this city. Everything I know is just another leverage to keep myself alive in these chaotic times. As she says, myself, her gaze unmistakably drifts toward the mechanoid named Dimitri. Perhaps her definition of myself extends beyond just herself. As for everything else, I have no desire to get involved whatsoever. Yulia turns away. The aerospace mechanoid by her side gives a subtle bow before trailing after her into the shadows. Commandant, what should we do now? We'll have a proper talk with Alexei. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City holds things Babylonia need, from the launch data of Dawn 3 to the fusion reactors stored here, and even Bifrost itself. Regardless of the city's current stance, establishing contact with the ostensible leader is imperative to gather further insight. While this action carries inherent risks, it's worth attempting to have the means to retreat safely if necessary. Even if Alexei agrees to the peace proposal, Veronica, the one with real authority, may not necessarily follow his suggestion. Whether we succeed or not, we can still gather new intelligence from him. Of course, having a direct conversation with Veronica would greatly improve our odds. I'll try to speak with Veronica. You turn to look at the Cowlong mechanoid, locking eyes with her as she walks toward you. Honey? Commandant, live. I don't wish to see this city descend into conflict between humans and mechanoids either. I can speak to Veronica. There are a few things I need to confirm with her anyway. Based on the city history Dimitri shared, Veronica's anger is not entirely groundless. Hanying, I'm really sorry for what humans have done to harm the mechanoids. No, it's not your fault, Commandant. Not that I can't understand Veronica's anger. Those mechanoids are my kin, after all. A flicker of hesitation appears in Han Ying's eyes, but vanishes just as quickly. I'm merely a bystander in all of this. While I can feel the sorrow of the mechanoids, I've also witnessed the suffering of humans. The dark chocolate in her bag stands as a testament to that short-lived friendship. It might sound hypocritical, but I really want to work toward peace in this conflict. Even in a place like this, the possibility of humans and mechanoids coexisting still stands, don't you think? She gazes at the factory in the distance. The refugees are preparing to relocate while Dimitri, having settled Yulia, navigates busily through the crowd. So, I believe we can figure out a way for mechanoids and humans to live together peacefully in this city. I'll talk to Veronica as her fellow mechanoid. We share a common background. I'm sure she'll at least hear what I have to say. I'll leave it to you then. Rest assured. That's our current plan, Cervantes. Bifrost interference persists, causing the communication signal to fade in and out. Heading to your location. What's the situation with the church? It's complicated. Explain when we meet. Everyone is fine. By the way, should I tell the Grey Raven Commandant about the key? You can. Sage said, the Grey Raven Commandant can be trusted. I see. Before Han Ying can continue speaking, the communication cuts off again. At least the message got through. And now, she gazes up at the administrative hall nearby. According to Yulia's intel, Veronica often handles her affairs there. Dark ripples spread from the center of her visual module, while a subtle ache seeps through her sensors. Could it be the after effects of forcing my frame to activate? Oh, combat. It's already time.
ここはベロニカの夢。無意識によそ者を排除しようとしているわ。私を導いてくれるかも。でもその分拒絶反応も強まるはず。
Let's go.
ここにはいくつか無境のかけらがあるかもしれないわ。
Okay.
これは SDC-39 先代の吊るされた男。
星空、紛争とパニシングから隔絶された場所。磁力加速軌道はこの夢を叶えるために生み出された。天国へと続く橋、天国の橋と呼ばれるゆえん。 修復された日には機械体はきっと人間と共にあの正解にたどり着けるだろう。その日が待ち遠しい。
いけない。自意識の防衛システムが作動したわ。
Alright, combat time.
I must find my rhythm again. Beseech! The constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Shattered illusions.
これ以上進むと無境の拒絶反応が激化する。でもここで立ち止まるわけにはいかないわ。
I love how cool she looks when she fights. Gold data. From up there, you can see every ocean current, every mountain range, every forest and field. We can make out the outlines of big cities. You really should see the night side. It's breathtaking. Pearls scattered across the Terminator line, those city lights. They seem to be breathing, blinking, smiling, then fading into the darkness. Those lucky enough to have been to space never get tired of saying, "Our Earth, see the masterpiece." Alexei Leonov, cosmonaut and painter of the Newtonian era, the first human to walk in space.
彼らは私にエラーが発生したのでしばらく停止する必要があると言った。一日も早く天国の橋を修復しないと。
わからない。人間のどこにあなたをそこまでさせるほどの価値が。
SDC-39 が故障した。あれは無境にまた拒絶反応が起きてるわ。
I think I know who that was.
Still spring.
I think that was the Emperor from Polaris Bond. It would make so much sense if this all happened because of the Emperor.
I must find my rhythm again. Shattered illusions. Resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions. Soaring. Beseech. The constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Shattered illusions.
無境の中心に近づくほど危険が増していく。だとしてもあの違和感と原因をしっかり突き止めなくちゃ。
Further we go. Uh,
今日は楽しいことがあった。私は機械協会の友達と知り合った。彼らに名前をもらった。吊るされた男。意味は理解できないがすごく気に入っている。うまくいけばじきにもう一人の新しい友達が来る。その子の名前はベロニカ。みんな仲良くしてやってほしい。
私が間に合っていれば。
私が定期検査に行けば機械体のみんなが検査を受けずに済むらしい。今回の検査で私のプログラムエラーがようやく修復されるかもしれないし、それにしても天国の橋はまだ完成してない。あなたたちが 人間と一緒に正解にたどり着けたら地球に写真を送ってほしい。私は多分一緒に行けないかも。
サンキュー、行かないで。
SDC-39 先代の吊るされた男はこうして犠牲に、他の機械体の同胞を守るために自ら人間に殺されるなんて。ベロニカの人間に対する怒りの源はここかも。やはりあの違和感は錯覚じゃない。誰かが仕向けたものだったのね。
Its resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions. Warring melodies. Beseech! The constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Stilled spring, shattered illusions. Its resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions.
意識データが増え続けている。これ以上いけないということ。
The air grows thick with tension as the negotiation reaches an undeniable deadlock. Using your Babylonia background, Liv and you succeed in reaching out to the governor via the autonomous mechanoid stationed at the entrance of the administrative hall. However, his attitude proves to be quite bizarre. As a visitor from Babylonia, your starting point lies too far from the gravity well. The notion of kinship is nothing but empty rhetoric. Nevertheless, the young man's intentional manipulation of his bargaining chips is utterly perplexing. At your request for a meeting, he demands a secretive conversation and selects this unguarded location. Despite clearly holding all the aces, he still exhibits a clear sense of hesitation. Throughout the negotiation progress, he's been outwardly enthusiastic about collaboration. However, as soon as specific details are broached, he swiftly resorts to dodging the conversation with a barrage of endless excuses. Consensus typically thrives on mutual benefit, yet he casually brushes aside every generous offer you present. What is it precisely that holds his true concern? I don't think you'll be content just being a puppet, Alexei. This has nothing to do with Veronica. He tosses out this curt response, then tilts his chin up, fixing a scrutinizing gaze upon you. Resources and assistance. Is that really all Babylonia has to offer as leverage? The conversation circles back to where it started, far from the typical way a conversation or negotiation should unfold. So, what are your demands? I have no demands. Leave the Kowloon Mechanoid here, and you and your companion depart immediately. This city was designed to be independent from the start. I have the option to ensure that I do not pose a threat to Babylonia. Han Ying has her own will. I have no right to make decisions for her. As for the promise not to activate Bifrost, I need a way to verify it. Once the magnetic accelerator begins warming up, it unleashes high-energy reactions. Your sensor arrays should be able to confirm this without any difficulty. In the hours leading up to reaching the launch threshold, Aerospace City will be a sitting duck for Longinus strikes. Once our little city no longer poses a threat, Babylonia will immediately lose interest, permanently orbiting high above, bestowing rebirth, and meting out punishment as you deem appropriate. Instead of reclaiming the world, how satisfying it is to reign over it from the skies. He's twisting the truth. This isn't what you intended. What is he really trying to do? This isn't an accusation, but more like inflammatory propaganda. No, things shouldn't be like this. Alexei raises his arm like a showman, commanding the audience's attention. It's already too late. The moment this thought flashes through your mind, the explosion ensues. The precisely calculated impact unleashes shockwaves and deafening rumbles. The shutters of the workshop contort, splinter, and dissolve under external pressure. Shards of metal cascade like molten droplets, scalding the atmosphere as they disperse along erratic, intersecting trajectories toward the ground. Through the smoke and dust, heavily armed soldiers emerge. At the front stands the resistance leader, the same one who had previously approached Yulia. Go get them! His order turns out unnecessary. The armed soldiers at the forefront already trained their sights on you the moment they breached the workshop. Instinctively, you reach for your holster, yet regardless of how swift your reflexes are, it proves futile against such insurmountable odds. Check out the elite, always scheming away. In the end, we shouldn't have expected those high and mighty folks to care about whether we live or die. The angry intruders close in on you rapidly. Liv! With a signal to stay put, Liv lowers her weapon and quietly retreats, positioning herself behind you. So this was part of your plan too, Alexei. The resistance force lying in ambush has undoubtedly overheard your entire conversation with Alexei. This was exactly what Alexei wanted. He had been stalling for this very moment. We all pay the price for our choices, whether it's you or me. Though Alexei has succeeded in his provocation, he shows no inclination to escape. The resistance leader turns his gun toward the governor. I should have finished you off in the woods, you cunning traitor. He spits on the ground at the young man's feet in contempt. The soldiers, emboldened by their leader's actions, begin to stir. They inch forward in Alexei's direction, but their boots seem to drag as if wary of stepping into invisible traps. Alexei spreads his arms wide like the crucified Messiah, an eerie smile spreading across his face. Having shown that he is unarmed, the governor plants his feet firmly and begins his persuasive speech once again. Oh, that facial expression looks very evil. Before you stands the puppet of the mechanoids, the pawn who brought disaster to this city. He never bothers hiding his disdain for his own kin, relishing even the slightest praise from the mechanoids. His speech resembles a poorly crafted character introduction in an amateur play, yet the furious audience delivers precisely the reaction he seeks. Rifle butts mercilessly strike his frail body, but even the two soldiers assigned to prevent her escape, eager to partake in the beating. Curled up on the ground, Alexei lifts his gaze to meet yours once more. Despite the abuse from the crowd, his pale face retains that eerie smile. Confusion gives way to dread, as the lingering sense of wrongness solidifies into a vague revelation. This is weird. Under the Puppet Master's control, his every movement grows more twisted, more unhinged. Han Ying and her target could have been misled down the same path. Ooh. Still not totally sure what's up with him. Alright. What selfishness means. In my opinion, this is my entire world. Han Ying sneaks through the streets that were dead silent just moments ago. The fate of the convoy and her recent discoveries suggest underlying tensions, yet she never expected the situation would escalate into open warfare this soon. Just hours after entering the city, the chaos is already spiraling out of control. Led by mechanical guards, the engineering mechanoids force their way into deserted structures, rounding up humans en masse. People are torn from their work and forcibly taken away, their expressions a blend of fear and bewilderment as they grapple to comprehend the unfolding events. Something doesn't add up. The Resistance wouldn't willingly reveal their refuge. Veronica still relies on humans for resource collection, and the Bifrost product cannot just be halted on a whim. What could have happened? Is this all like something the Emperor was planning? Martial law protocols in effect. Humans are advised to comply. Resistance will only create unnecessary procedural complications. Your cooperation is appreciated. The amplified announcement reverberates through the already deserted streets, its authoritative command sounding oddly absurd in the silent emptiness. Hiding behind a charging station pillar, Han Ying overhears human voices drifting through the window from inside. Shit! The tin cans tracked us down. Did the boss's operation slip up and give us away? Word is the ambush went well. Gave that traitor exactly what he deserved. Boss also caught that Babylonian commandant red-handed, making shady deals with that traitor. Looks like Spiky Head's really pissed off this time. Now she's sending troops to hunt us down. And those people too. Hey, we've already fired our first shot at victory. They were gonna find us sooner or later anyway. Time to give them hell! The answer to her question comes quickly. But it means Han Ying must reassess the situation once more. Perhaps the Resistance had planned to ambush Alexei all along, leading to this misunderstanding with the Commandant who went to negotiate. Or perhaps something else happened in between. Whatever the case, the attempt to ease tensions through the Governor's mediation has failed. While she finds this outcome not surprising, confronting Veronica has become all the more urgent. But will the Resistance ensure the Grey Raven Commandant's safety? A sudden disturbance erupts, yanking her from her thoughts back to the deserted streets. What's wrong with you? Keep shooting! There are way too many of them! We can't hold back their gunfire! My arm! The indistinct cries quickly give way to silence, drowned out by the whirring of mechanoids. Shortly after, the Resistance soldiers, restrained by engineering mechanoids, are escorted out of the building by mechanoid guards. As snow and wind pummel the city, human heat signatures gradually disappear from the streets and behind walls, while more mechanoids continue their purge task. I have to pick up the pace. Despite your attempts at communication, the soldiers have clearly lost their composure. The mechanoids, drawn by the commotion, now surround this secret meeting site chosen by Alexei. Set up a defensive line. Shoot on sight! The Resistance leader hastily issues orders to engage the mechanoids, with no time to spare for the severely wounded Alexei. Seizing their numerical advantage, the mechanoids promptly extract the injured man from the scene. Damn it. He got away again! Keep those two from Babylonia under watch. Despite his order, as an increasing number of mechanoids flood in, the Resistance soldiers become too overwhelmed to keep watch on this corner. Liv, something's not right. why aren't the mechanoids... They're not using lethal force. The turmoil subsides as it becomes evident that the mechanoids are not here on a mission of slaughter. It appears they are following capture orders. After subduing the resistance soldiers, they escort them out of the workshop one by one. This restraint stands in stark contrast to Alexei's earlier display of madness. Veronica, who issued these capture orders, appears more rational than expected. Martial law protocols in effect. Please do not resist. The mechanoid in the astronaut helmet follows his kind into the workshop. His voice sounds unnaturally deep, as if grappling to imitate the synthetic announcements reverberating throughout the city. Wisely opting to comply, you rise at Dimitri's instruction, with Liv silently trailing behind. Huh! Trying to negotiate with that traitor? This is what you get for conspiring with him. Remember, you're human. Human! They're just a bunch of metal chunks. They don't understand our language. As the mechanoids lead the middle-aged man out of the workshop, he continues to twist around to shout in anger, refusing to stay silent. Dimitri reaches the outside of the workshop and uses the crowd as cover to slip around a corner. Then, with his two captives in tow, he makes his way toward the dumping grounds. Han Ying has imagined many possible locations: bunkers, hideouts, even sanctuaries like the chapel housing the Great Tower. Yet, she never foresaw that Veronica had been watching everything from above all along, perched atop a skyscraper. At last we meet, Veronica. I am sent by the church. The new hanged man, Han Ying. Mechanoid from Kowloon. I've seen you before, even though you're in a different frame now. There's trouble brewing in the church, and I've lost contact with the Grey Tower. I need your assistance. If you're a guest from the church here to witness our little show, feel free to stay. I'll even reserve you a seat in the audience. As for church matters, those can wait. But if you intend to interfere, I won't show any mercy. A crimson glow flickers in Veronica's eyes. Why do you have to capture those humans? So you're here to plead for them too? Han Ying, I assume you know the full story. Despite humans massacring mechanoids, you still opt to plead for them. Veronica's piercing gaze cuts through the air, its coldness surpassing even the howling blizzard outside. If you wish to join me in building this true new world, you're welcome to stay. But if you insist on defending humans, then there's nothing left to discuss. This true new world? This city is a tower, perched on the highest peak, and we're on the brink of reaching out to the true new world. What about our fellow mechanoids who lost their lives? Mechanoids have no afterlife. The concept of death does not exist for mechanoids. However, if humans and mechanoids truly go to war, victory isn't guaranteed for us mechanoids. And with the punishing virus looming outside, I see you stand firm in your position. Before Han Ying can finish her thought, Veronica turns and leaps off the building. But is this truly the new world? Confronted with the biting blizzard, Han Ying stands where Veronica stayed moments ago, overlooking most of the city below. The mechanoids continue executing Veronica's orders, while scattered resistance soldiers fire from afar. The ground is strewn with mechanoid parts and human blood. Han Ying's thoughts drift to that distant afternoon, when her old frame activated in Xavier's laboratory. As an organization, the Church has worked since its beginning to unite the Mechanoids, free us from suffering, and guide us all toward a future led by Sage. Even today, Mechanoids from around the world continue to face threats from humans, the corrupted and the punishing, which I'm sure you're well aware of. You are right. I have been in a slumber until now, precisely due to mankind's mindless hatred. But not all humans see Mechanoids as tools and regard them with hate. Were it not for the connections I had with a few humans, I would not be who I am today, and would have lost the courage to live. I have made my promise to her to travel the world until we find Sage Machina, and the heart that would make us more than just codes in a program. This isn't how the new world should be. Be it humans or mechanoids, lives are not replicable, even though mechanoids' memories might just be a series of codes and data. The question itself is the answer. Even without the weight of a soul, mechanoids can still perceive the presence of life. What truly needs to be eliminated is blind hatred and senseless war, rather than allowing the wounds of hatred to spiral into further chaos and death in the pursuit of their mending. A new world like this is pointless, Veronica. The swirling snow scatters in the wind, carrying away Han Ying's final whisper. Dimitri brings the construct and the human commandant to the new hideout, having cleverly chosen a different workshop. The refugees have been relocated here as well. The girl in the wheelchair sits alone in the shadows, gesturing for Dimitri to give his report. The Resistance misinterpreted the Commandant's attempt to negotiate a deal with Alexei, leading them to launch an attack. Why did you go out of your way to bring them back? That could have gotten you killed. She clutches the wheelchair's armrests tightly, her blue veins starkly visible against her skin. After all these years with Dimitri, she can't bear the thought of losing him. I'm sorry, Miss Eula. I didn't really think it through. Dima. Yulia lets out a weary sigh. We don't need to get involved in this conflict. We've attempted to calm tensions for the refugees' sake, but now the conflict has clearly spiraled out of control. Neither the Resistance nor Veronica are willing to listen to us anymore. I don't want to see you caught up in their conflict, Dima. You'll end up killed, just like SDC-39. Yulia keenly senses the mechanoid's silent protest. I don't want to do this, but you promised you would follow my orders, Dimitri. It's rare for her to use the mechanoid's full name instead of the nickname. I order you to cease your interference in the conflict between Babylonia, the Resistance, and Veronica. I'm sorry, Miss Eula. I don't want to follow this order of yours. Dimitri. I apologize for letting you down, Miss Eula. But this city has been your home all this time. The alliance with Babylonia might be Aerospace City's last hope. For you, this place holds many memories, and for me, it's my entire world. I don't want to see the Resistance destroy Bifrost, nor do I want to see mechanoids continue to rule over humanity. I want. Something stirs in his core as his modules whir at full speed. He can almost hear the spinning of his own cooling fans. I want to cross that bridge alongside humans, to reach the other side of the starry sky. I want the city to be free of war, where all humans and mechanoids can live peacefully together, just like we once did long ago. I'm sorry, Miss Eula. You once said that selfishness means looking out for oneself more. This must be the selfishness I've been holding on to. Equivalent exchange. Murder is a false concept that mankind invented. The setting sun hangs low over the dumping ground at the city's outskirts, enveloping the metallic graveyard in a somber golden hue. In contrast to the city ablaze with firelights between hunters and their prey, this place feels like a separate world sealed off behind a mystical barrier. Veronica walks past numerous mechanoid remains, each a testament to her kin's suffering sealed away in this place. This place has always been somewhere she wished to avoid. Yet she has always known about the secret hideouts scattered throughout this graveyard. The mechanoid that regularly pays its respect in the plaza shelters refugees and partially awakened machines who defy her orders. During the early days of the New Order's formation, Veronica turned a blind eye to Dimitri's defiance. Somewhere deep inside, she had realized that even mechanoids shouldn't be confined to a single interpretation of the future. However, the current turmoil no longer allows any room for tolerance and mercy. To the city, visitors from Babylonia will always be seen as outsiders. The humans foolishly fighting against overwhelming odds. Neither should nor can become obstacles in her path. As for those mechanoids who believe they possess independent consciousness, hacking into them is merely child's play for an awakened machine like her. Her grip tightens further around the lance. Yulia and Dimitri seem to be arguing on the other side, but the noise from the crowd makes it impossible for you to discern what they're saying. What should we do next? How's the comm status? The connection's still unstable. I managed to send out a brief report, but establishing communication at the right moment will be quite difficult. With just the two of us, it'll be hard to hold out much longer. But if Babylonia's military gets involved, it might escalate the conflict even further. Any word from Han Ying? Nothing yet. Dimitri and Yulia seem to have a little to speech, after which Dimitri quietly slips away from the hideout. The still able-bodied refugees form a defensive line along the perimeter, yet their disorganized arrangement starkly contrasts with the disciplined formations of the resistance forces. The hideout is no longer secure, and the situation grows more dire by the minute. If Han Ying can successfully convince Veronica. However, the chances are dismally slim. You immediately dismiss the plan before it even takes shape. Yet to save these refugees, there is no choice but to patiently wait for that uncertain message. As Dimitri traverses to the dumping ground, his sensors pick up readings that put him on high alert. It isn't a concrete jet signal. Instead, it's more like what Eula describes as human intuition, an ominous premonition. The distant city's silhouette melts into thickening dust, only to be traced anew by emerging lights. The dumping ground falls into an eerie silence. His fellow mechanoids, typically bustling around, have all vanished without a trace. Initiating scan. A ripple emerges on the tranquil oscilloscope display. A signal from one of his kin. Guided by the instrument, Dimitri reaches the base of a towering heap of abandoned vehicles. There, he finds a familiar sniper-type autonomous mechanoid. Nia, status report. Where is everyone? Unidentified target detected. Initiating lock-on sequence. The mechanoid's movements prove rigid and robotic as she turns her cannon toward Dimitri. The targeting laser locks firmly onto Dimitri's helmet. Nia? His fellow mechanoid moves as if under viral control, devoid of any traces of consciousness. Before Dimitri can examine Nia's frame, more laser dots appear on his helmet visor. Along with it, a deluge of warnings floods his oscilloscope display. Warning, lock-on detected. Warning, lock-on detected. Warning, lock-on detected. His fellow mechanoids, previously concealed in this place, emerge one after another from between the metal hills, training their weapons on their former guardian. A crimson-black silhouette leaps down from a crane, her image vividly captured on Dimitri's sensors upon landing. Did you honestly believe you could hide secrets in this city? Glad to see you here, ma'am. Dimitri quietly activates his short-range communication system. Don't bother with false pleasantries. Your loyalty clearly belongs to that human girl. There's no need to hide your resentment for me. Ma'am, what have you done to them? Please release them from your control. Dimitri's speech module experiences an unusual glitch as he struggles to understand why his companions have reverted to their initial state. Similar to the mechanoids in the city before, I've assumed control of their central systems. Now they will serve to uphold order, no longer outputting abnormal logic. Once everything is over, I will release my control over them. However, if you refuse to cooperate, I can initialize all of them at any moment. I do not understand what you mean, ma'am. Veronica turns around, fixing an icy stare upon Dimitri. Hand over the humans you're hiding, including those two from Babylonia. No, Madam Veronica. Per your own decree, mechanoids are allowed to own private property. They belong to me, and you are infringing upon my ownership rights over them. How ridiculous. The controlled mechanoids around start to close in on Dimitri, gradually cornering him. They pose no threat to your plans. This isn't up for debate. It's in order. As I said, if you don't surrender the humans, all your companions will be initialized. I won't repeat myself again. The lens's surface unveils intricate patterns that twist and coil around its form, all converging at its piercing tip. Her silent threat and absolute warning leave no space for negotiation. Through Dimitri's short-range communication system, the humans being used as bargaining chips hear the entire conversation from the other side of the dumping ground. This is murder, madam. Veronica. As Veronica exploits Dimitri's companion's memories as leverage for her threat, an indefinable signal surges through his circuits, nearly causing a short circuit in his language module. Veronica remains unfazed by this protest, her voice as cold as frost in a darkened room. Murder is merely a concept born out of human hypocrisy. They commit sins, then seek repentance, glorifying the act of taking life into premeditated lethal harm. After that, they wait for absolution from a non-existent god. But mechanoids are pure. We have no need for such roundabout ways. Data can be copied, transferred, and, of course, erased as desired. Mechanoids have no afterlife. The concept of death does not exist for us. As long as our memory circuits remain intact, our existence is eternal. She lowers her lance to the ground, seemingly a gesture of concession. I don't expect to convince a fellow mechnoid already corrupted by human cognition. Perhaps I should communicate in a way you can understand instead. Dimitri, I can end your life at any moment. The aloof, deep voice coming through the communicator sends a chill down the spine of the girl in the wheelchair. No, you can't. Demon, why? Before long, the same voice cuts through the static noise, resonating once more from the tiny honeycomb-shaped speaker. Yulia, and you people from Babylonia, I know you're listening. A rustling noise ensues as Dimitri seemingly tries to conceal the communicator. Veronica doesn't even bother with mockery, instead delivering a direct threat. I could start a violent search right now, but I believe that's an outcome none of us wants to see. Drop your weapons and show yourselves. As for this unarmed awakened machine, I will continue to grant him his due rights. Yulia's face is hidden behind her loose hair, her expression obscured. Her knuckles tremble as she grips the wheelchair's armrests tightly. If you and Liv were to surrender yourselves now, would that guarantee the safety of the refugees here? While Veronica likely wouldn't harm Babylonia's envoys, would she really let the other humans leave unscathed? You race through possible solutions in search of a compromise that can uphold the balance, but before any words can be spoken, Yulia's fragile body leans forward abruptly as she swiftly presses down on the communicator with both hands. Use the tallest crane in the dumping ground as a reference point for triangulation. At the source of the signal is our hideout. We won't resist, but don't harm Dimitri. Yulia! As the crowd erupts into chaos, she simply releases her grip on the communicator and slumps back into her wheelchair, her exhausted posture betraying a hint of relief. Commandant, shall we make our leave now? No, let's wait a bit longer. With her combat prowess, Liv could easily break through and take you out of this place, but recalling Alexei's strange attitude and Veronica's unusual behavior, you sense that there may be more than meets the eye. Another answer concealed within. The reverberating sound of mechanoid troops marching over debris and scrap metal permeates both the speaker and the air surrounding the hideout. The refugees cast conflicted glances at Yulia, but ultimately surrender their weapons, realizing they are unable to resist the mechanoids encircling them. Even though the progress of civilization has long since been put on pause, the city's automated facilities persist in faithfully carrying out their programming. Beneath the expansive sky, lights flicker to life gradually as night descends, bestowing an eerie tranquility upon the steel jungle of the city. It stands there like an abandoned Kowloon marketplace, only seen in dreams, where time fades away amidst flickering lights and dancing shadows. Nevertheless, Han Ying has no time to linger around, hurriedly making her way toward the dumping ground. With Veronica having subdued the majority of the resistance forces in the city, her final destination is clear. A transmission signal? A strange short-range signal keeps requesting to establish communication. Han Ying? Is this Han Ying? A somewhat familiar voice comes through the communication channel. May I ask who? sorry. This is an emergency broadcast channel. I'm initially fragmented. The words struggled through a static interface, only to gain clarity shortly after. I'm currently using an emergency broadcast channel. Apologies if it's causing any interference with your reception frequency. Alexei? Her disbelief is palpable, evident in the transmission as she struggles to trust her own judgment. Yes, Han Ying, I know you have many questions, but there's no time for explanations. I'm personally making this request, and I genuinely seek your assistance. His voice is barely above a whisper, trembling under pressure, a complete departure from his previous flippant and manic demeanor. Please go on. I'm listening. Veronica has taken control of the mechanoids at the dumping ground and abducted all the refugees sheltered there. What? Her worst fears have come to pass. Yet what astonishes her the most is that this intelligence comes from the governor himself, the very same puppet who has shown nothing but contempt for humans. What about the 2 visitors from Babylonia? They've been taken away as well. Veronica must be holding them in Hangar 3C at the spacecraft docking area. This is urgent, so please, you have to trust me. You might not stay lucid for long. Hangar 3C at the spacecraft docking area. Please, don't let Veronica make an even graver mistake. His voice shed its prior madness, now imbued with a profound and unwavering strength. I cannot fully trust you. A mechanoid cannot lie. Having confronted this human who has undergone such a remarkable transformation of demeanor, Han Ying struggles to place complete trust in him. I'm sorry, but there's no time for more explanations. I'm not sure how long I can stay clear-headed for enough to talk. I'll give you the access key to the administrative hall. It's clear of any ambush, and I trust you've already scouted the area. In a tone brimming with urgency, he rapidly rattles off a long sequence of access codes. Please, do whatever it takes to stop Veronica. Don't let her make an even graver mistake. I'll go check it out. When those she holds dear are threatened, she never wavers in confronting danger head-on. After her response, the channel falls completely silent. Not even the slightest static noise can be heard, leaving her to wonder if the connection has been cut. Alexei? Please, don't harm her, hon. The conversation cuts off abruptly, as if severed by some unknown force. With it, Han Ying has already rushed back to the dumping ground. Just as Alexei stated, every hideout in the area proves deserted. I suppose that fight is now inevitable. Casting her gaze downward, Han Ying clutches her pipa tightly and dashes toward the administrative hall. Her silhouette slowly fades into the blizzard. The once distant observer has now been drawn into this storm. It's all up to Han Ying now. Oh, I can use Liv too. Masked Ball. His moves are fierce, but not smooth. Reveal his true colors. Okay. The lengthy access code provided by Alexei effortlessly unlocks the administrative hall's main gate. Beyond its corridors awaits the spacecraft docking area. Veronica likely selected this location to confine her human captives due to its ample space and convenient surveillance capabilities. A spacecraft hangs high from the ceiling, its black and white thermal tiles glistening immaculately, making this behemoth look more like a meticulously preserved exhibit. The calamity has left this vessel frozen in time. This spacefaring vessel, designed to shuttle between Earth's orbit and Aerospace City, never had the opportunity to fulfill its destined mission. And the acceleration track, intended by Veronica to function as an enormous cannon, stands ready to propel this 100-ton dart at near light speed. In the adjacent docking bays, more vessels of the same model stand, each poised to unleash their devastating payload toward the metal flower blooming in the orbital dock. This is it. Through the dimly lit maintenance corridor, Han Ying makes her way towards Hangar 3C. The residents of this city, be they humans of flesh and blood or mechanical creations, should never be used as pawns in a bloody bargain. As Grey Raven has fulfilled its duty as a mediator, now she can no longer remain a passive onlooker, waiting for war to break out. Okay, let's go!
やっと着いたわ。指揮官が閉じ込められているのはここね。
Let me look back here first, though. There is a hidden achievement. But there could be something hidden back here. Never know. Actually, let me check what it's called. Doctor and Assassin.
"見覚えがあるわ。そうだ、ベロニカの夢でここに来たことがある。
Can I interact with this? Unauthorized operation. Well then, how can I gain authorization? Let me check the surveillance.
I'm fine.
Oh, that's Liv. Liv, she's fighting.
指揮官たちはきっとここにいる。
Log 1, Record 1. Excellent. The machine parts are taking over more and more. This way, I'll have greater control over this body. There's still a ton of data to report from the replication experiment. But even if that human woke up, they wouldn't be able to decipher a single word of this mechanoid speak. Found it. The one prophesied to pass the higher dimensional filter. Gestalt's predictions were right on the money. With this frame's data, I'll have the power to shatter humanity. Record 3. Just the data isn't enough to recreate the hyperreal filter process. There must be another piece to Gestalt's predictions. At the end of despair, grant the universe equal compassion. In every future, humanity's door awaits. Yeah, that's it. There has to be more info somewhere. I'm pretty sure there's a second part to this log. Log 2. Pretty sure there's a first part to this log. Record 4. Damn it. All these shards are redundant, but it's enough. I'll use these scraps to replicate the hyperreal data. Dimitri's been Record 5. Dimitri's been hogging those high-powered radio waves lately. Still collecting humans. I need to keep a closer eye on him, if necessary. The hyperreal data. Lee? What about Lee?
よし、次は指揮官のところへ行きましょう。
Unlock the cargo bay door remotely? Let's go! Let me just check and make sure that there's nothing else I can do here.
Roaring melodies, everlasting peace. The constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Soon,
Ow!
I must find my rhythm again. Shattered illusions.
There's a door or something there. Either drop the bridge or unlock the cargo bay door. Can I do both? Well, that didn't work.
I can't.
Live!
I can't. I can't. With resounding echoes, will annihilate all vain illusions. Warring melodies. Warring melodies.ガンエさん、閉じ込められてからもうどれくらいになるのか。一緒に。
そんな損傷度でこれ以上戦うのは危険よ。あなたは自分と指揮官の安全だけを考えて。まだ多くの異常データが残っているわ。それとここで彫刻の機体データを見つけたの。
リーさんのどういうことですか？
彫刻の力を欲しがる誰かが彼のデータをコピーしようとした可能性が高いわ。まずはここから離れましょう。
では一緒に撤退しましょう。
They try to replicate my boy's data. I will not stand for this. Now I can drop the bridge. Lee!
Be ceased.
指揮官、あれはリーのデータのコピーです。本物のリーではありません。
The constrained cocoon
Okay.
shatters at the sound of toll.
Guess I'll have to fight him.
Shattered illusions. Wail in despair.
Ah!
I
Gotcha!
must find my rhythm again. Wail in shattered illusions. resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions. Warring melodies. Beseech. The constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Stilled springs, shattered illusions. Wail with fear. Stilled spring. Shattered with resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions.
Parrying is so easy with her when she's so fast. Uh-oh.
Warring melodies. Beseech. The constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of
no thank
toll.
you.
Shattered illusions.
Well, that was fun. The biting wind howls through the open hangar gates, its icy chill lingering within the metallic confines of the docking bays. The fierce battle from moments ago has left the air heavy with heated tension. His moves are fierce, but not smooth. Rather than a construct, he's more like a machine fighting according to a preset behavior pattern. That sense of dissonance feels just as unsettling as the contradictions you have witnessed in Alexei. All the nuanced hints you have noticed since entering the city converge together after this confrontation. Behind the rapidly escalating chaos, this unseen force finally puts on a mask, emerging into the spotlight. Commandant, that mechanical model just now. Something feels off about him. I've noticed it too. He seems to have merely replicated Lee's appearance and fundamental attack strategies. Yet to those acquainted with Lee, it would be evident that this imitation is merely skin deep. It's as if someone just caught a brief glimpse of Hyperreal somewhere, maybe not even from live data capture, and hastily replicated this shell from that limited information. You find this approach oddly familiar, but where did they even get the chance to see the Hyperreal frame? Just as the refugees are settled in and you're about to ask Han Ying about updates from the outside, she walks right over. Han Ying, entering this area should require an access key. Did you find another way in? When you were brought here, the mechanoid entered a long sequence of access codes at the administrative hall entrance before the gates would open. As much as you hate to question Han Ying, if Veronica has persuaded her to collaborate, this location may not be secure either. That's actually what I want to talk to you about. Alexei gave me the access key. Alexei? The memory of Alexei's unsettling behavior during the negotiations flashes through your mind. You take a step back, your hand instinctively reaching for the concealed sidearm. I know what's concerning you, Sub-Commandant. To be honest, I'm surprised too. Understanding your concerns, Han Ying lowers her eyes and plays footage from the terminal. This is urgent, so please, you have to trust me. I might not stay lucid for long. Hangar 3C at the spacecraft docking area. Please, don't let Veronica make an even graver mistake. I cannot fully trust you. I'm sorry. There's no time for more explanations. I'm not sure how long I can stay clear-headed enough to talk. I'll give you the access key to the administrative hall. It's clear of any ambush, and I trust you've already scouted the area. The key is... something's indeed wrong. The Alexei in this recording is completely different from the one you encountered during the previous negotiation. I can't be sure, but I get the feeling that the Alexei from before was just a puppet. Like someone else was pulling the strings. Just like this crude mechanical model. Yes, that Alexei felt very similar to this mechanical model. And whether manipulating Alexei to stir up trouble, or using a fake Lee to sow discord, these actions seem designed to sabotage others' efforts to defuse the situation. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Besides, there is something oddly familiar about these tactics. Or some unforeseen events occurred, like that thing calling itself the Emperor. But he seemed to have anticipated everything, as if simulations and predictions were second nature to him. He might have been an experimental subject who escaped from Project Gestalt. Could it be the experimental subject called the Emperor who appeared in the Tabula Akasha? You mean Schultz? The Emperor is Schultz? Indeed. He was the mechanoid by my side back in Kowloon. His codename is the Emperor. Codename? My apologies. Due to certain circumstances, I can't tell you any more details about this. An apologetic smile crosses Han Ying's face. But if I'm not mistaken, the special code that appeared in Tabula Akasha was Schultz. So it wasn't a simple self-destruction robot. Rumor has it that he wasn't just your average awakened machine, though I don't have details on what made him special. Still, it wouldn't surprise me if he was the one manipulating Alexei. But why would he do this? Because he hates everyone. Whether or not the Emperor is truly behind this, the proposition that someone is pulling the strings seems to explain all the strange occurrences. The way Alexei stalled during negotiations, misled the resistance, and provoked their attacks. That Alexei is deliberately trying to provoke Veronica. As the only human Veronica truly trusts, Alexei is showing her the brutal wounds from his near-death experience would undoubtedly elicit an intense reaction from her. Veronica is being deceived. I have to find her. He won't believe you. I have to at least try. We mechanoids do not abandon our own. She answers with a gentle smile. I would have remained in that storage pod forever, if it weren't for my fellow mechanoids, who never gave up trying to wake me. The only reason I'm talking to you today. It's the same with Veronica. Even if she barely listens to what I say, I won't give up on her as long as there's the slightest chance. He shouldn't have become fuel for hatred. Someone else is behind these tragedies. A sharp glint glows in Han Ying's eyes. The Emperor not only turned his back on the church, but nearly brought Kowloon to complete ruin. Even now, he continues to incite hatred between mechanoids and humans, going so far as to sacrifice the lives of his kin. He deceived his own people, deceived everyone. He must pay for what he's done. The female mechanoid's gaze pierces through the mist, fixing upon the figure lurking behind the scene. The determination born from her gentle nature proves sharper than any blade. Let's start planning our next move. She turns toward you with a gentle smile. I didn't get the hidden achievement. Let me see how I get that. Oh, it's by not unlocking the cargo door. Okay, let's try that again. I unlocked the cargo door remotely. I shouldn't have done that. Let's try this.
やっと着いたわ。指揮官が閉じ込められているのはここね。
Yeah, boss rush! Skip the exploration process. No, not yet. I got stuff.
見覚えがあるわ。そうだ、ベロニカの夢でここに来たことがある。I'm fine. 指揮官たちはきっとここにいる。
Okay. Just checking through these to make sure I don't miss anything I would need to get that achievement. Power's on.
よし、次は指揮官のところへ行きましょう。
Soaring melody. Be seized.
Yeah.
The constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Stilled spring, shattered illusions.
Do I do something else? I want to make sure. Okay, I think doing this is what I need to do.
Shattered illusions. Its resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions.
指揮官、リーフ、無事ですか？
ガンエイさん、助けに来てくださってありがとうございます。一緒に戦いましょう。
まだ多くの異常データが残っているわ。それとここで彫刻の機体データを見つけたの。
リーさんのどういうことですか？
彫刻の力を欲しがる誰かが
Fine,
彼の
skip
デ
some of the
ータをコピー
dialogue
しようとした可能性が高いわ。
Like
まずはここから離れましょう。
some of the dialogue about Liv being kind
一
of
緒に
hurt.
撤退しましょう。
Did not unlocking the cargo bay door remotely like help Liv not get hurt somehow? Hi, Genli. Except not really.
Be seized.
指揮官、あれはリーのデータのコピーです。本物のリーではありません。
Even I can.
Oh, I can summon Liv for QTEs now. Let me see. Assist Liv in completing the battle. Ah, I see.
Shattered illusions. Wail in despair. Its resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions. rhythm again.
Yeah. Easy parry.
Warring melodies. Beseech the constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Stilled spring. Shattered illusion. Wind spin. Its resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions. Warring melodies. Beseech the constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Stilled spring, shattered illusion. Wind spin. Its resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions.
Oh, I missed one.
Find my rhythm again. Warring melodies. Beseech the constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Shattered illusions. Wind spin. Its resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions. Warring melodies. Beseech the constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Stilled spring. Stilled spring. Shattered illusion. Wind spin. Stilled spring. Shattered illusions.
There! I got it that time. I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more stages to go through. I'll go a little longer, I think. But I don't want to stay up too late. Balance beam. This council hall that shapes the future of mankind has an atmosphere of an arena. An endless stream of notifications is flooding the screen of Celica's terminal in rapid succession. But she has no time to process any of them. The corridor outside the conference room is bustling with people. Celica weaves through the crowd and stops before an automatic door. The sliding doors part silently. She takes a deep breath before stepping forward. What's the status of the comms array? Have we established contact with Grey Raven? Celica offers a quick salute before opening a message on her terminal. Having cross-referenced the data in the summary report, she delivers a less than optimistic answer. We've locked onto the source of the high-energy signal, and the observation satellites have confirmed the exact coordinates of Aerospace City. However, severe electromagnetic interference, presumably from the charging reactor, continues to affect the city and its surrounding areas. We're having difficulty pinpointing the beacon of Luke Aurora, making communication impossible for now. However, we've received a brief report from them, which has been encrypted and forwarded to everyone's terminals. Aerospace City. Mechanoids. Resistance. Reduced to blood-red words, the brief mission report paints a picture of a snow-swept city at a distant outpost. How far is the nearest task force squad from there? According to reports from New Sophiasburg, there are minefields on the outskirts of Aerospace City, and at least 1/3 of the city's defense facilities remain operational. The meeting room falls into silence. 1 hour earlier. Unknown signal investigation in Aerospace City. Mission duration, 45 hours, 10 minutes, and 58 seconds. The sexagesimal digits cycle endlessly, the numbers on the leftmost side of the screen steadily climbing. 40 hours have passed since Grey Raven's last mission report. Service controllers confirmed with the Forest Guard that Grey Raven split up with them in the forest surrounding Aerospace City. According to Rosetta's recollection, it should be around this area. He traces a circle the size of a coaster on the ancient map shared by Cao Long, then gently taps its center. According to the field report, there appears to be no significant threat aside from the minefields and minor hetero-creature activities. So, can we deploy a task force squad to investigate? It's too risky. Aerospace City's defense systems are in the vicinity, and might provoke neighboring factions. Have we gotten anything from analyzing those abnormal high-powered radio waves directed at Babylonia? Not yet. It appears to be some form of encrypted message, but just as Long is about to open another report, the display with the mission timer is suddenly flooded with crimson. The white dot marking Grey Raven's position vanishes from the digital map. Not far away, ominous ripples begin to spread from a dark red mass between the contour lines. Warning. Powerful reaction detected on ground level. Warning. Powerful reaction detected on ground level. This intensity. Is it a reactor meltdown? Aerospace City is a metropolis built upon nuclear power, and its reactor is the only thing that can cause an anomaly of this magnitude within the mission area. Asimov's fingers dart across the screen, swiftly pinpointing the source of the reaction on the map. No one could have anticipated that Aerospace City would reveal its hidden coordinates in such a catastrophic way. That's not right. Remote sensing satellites haven't detected any explosion, and the radiation levels in the area haven't changed. The Cao Long researcher quickly shifts his focus to the data, dismissing what would have been the most intuitive conclusion. A hetero-creature outbreak? Viral activities couldn't have generated such massive energy instantaneously. Increasing ionization reactions. Destructive interference. That forest seems to be a bottomless void, ready to devour everything in its path. Could it be? Complex mix of emotions crosses his face as he turns to Asimov, carefully enunciating each word of his question. Asimov, have you heard of a top-secret research project that Cao Long conducted in Aerospace City during the Golden Age? That project's codename was The Bridge to Heaven. The dome casts an ethereal blue light across the chamber. This hall, which has determined humanity's fate countless times, resembles more of a gladiatorial arena, even down to its architecture. I trust everyone has reviewed the mission briefing and the materials I sent in advance. Kyolkazki Aerospace City, a place I'm sure everyone present is quite familiar with. According to all available intelligence, Aerospace City has been occupied by megadoids, and 97 minutes ago, we detected high energy readings south of New Murmansk on the Kola Peninsula, and the energy signatures were consistent with reactor charging for orbital operations. These energy readings originate from a top-secret aerospace project that should have been abandoned after the virus outbreak. The magnetic accelerator track, Bifrost. A brief wave of murmurs ripples through the hall before quickly being hushed into silence. In other words, Bifrost is charging up and preparing for activation. Bifrost? That's impossible! Does it work on the same principle as a coil gun? Although these council members may have non-military backgrounds, the battles Babylonia has faced thus far have made them acutely aware of potential threats. As you can see, this is an attempt to enter Earth's orbit, by an unknown force from the surface. Bifrost. If used properly, its mass driver could indeed be used to launch a direct strike against Babylonia. According to the report, Grey Raven is conducting reconnaissance in the vicinity. We failed to establish stable communications with Grey Raven so far. This mission report is all we've received from their end. We attempt a direct strike on Aerospace City from Babylonia. Destroying the accelerator track would solve our immediate crisis. Do you really want to burn down the most advanced experimental cold fusion reactor from before the outbreak? Even though we have the capability to replicate such a reactor, where would we find the manpower and resources to construct it? Is it possible to attempt communication with those inside the city? Hold on. Asimov receives a distinct alert on his terminal. Gesturing for silence, he opens the device and reviews the incoming data from the monitoring module. The electromagnetic waves have temporarily ceased. Beam's Bifrost energy accumulation is under intermittent operation, and the reactor is beginning its cooling cycle. He might be able to establish a brief communication window. He connects his terminal to the holographic projector and opens the communication channel. The counselor's discussion quickly subsides as everyone's attention returns to the hologram at the center of the hall. While you rest, you make another attempt to contact Babylonia. Your terminal is still picking up fragments of conversation. They are just communications between the remaining resistance forces in the city and the sterile binary broadcasts from the mechanoids. As for the colonial ship in orbit, Babylonia seems to be completely cut off by the electromagnetic interference field. Commandant, the signal seems to be coming back. This is... Babylon. Do you copy? The final words suddenly cut through with perfect clarity. A young man's voice you know all too well. Is that you, Asimov? Finally. The Parliament is holding an emergency session. Please report the situation at Aerospace City. Bifrost has begun charging. Babylonia has recognized the gravity of the situation. After establishing a stable connection on the secured channel, you briefly describe your encounter since you landed. That concludes everything. Although the resistance forces are currently contained, new conflicts can erupt at any moment. Asimov does not respond immediately. The channel is filled with what sounds like discussions in the Parliament, though their words are completely indiscernible. While they need time to process this information, you also urgently require assistance. After a brief commotion, Asimov's voice comes through the other end. The military will attempt to dispatch a task force squad to your location. We're currently confirming with the surrounding forces. We formed a temporary alliance with Yulia's refugees. I'll continue negotiations with the resistance forces and hostile mechanoids to buy us time. And also, is there something else? An awakened mechanoid named Han Ying is working with me. Her target is Veronica. Han Ying? That cow-long mechanoid that Grey Raven encountered during the Tabula Akasha incident? Stay alert and be careful. Communication is once again disrupted by electromagnetic interference. Without a mechanoid as a guide, it will take the reinforcements some time to clear the minefield, even if they take our route. We'll buy as much time as we can. You must find a balance in this chaos that minimizes the casualties before it is too late. As Dimitri said, this ravaged city cannot endure another all-out war. Bifrost. I've only heard stories about it. The ingenuity of humanity during the Golden Age is truly remarkable. Such romantic and imaginative ideas could only have been transformed into magnificent structures during that era. Come to think of it, that was humanity's last hope, wasn't it? Asimov remains silent as he gazes at Earth through the porthole. Awakened machines keep entering Aerospace City. Perhaps that is more alarming than the hastily activated Bifrost. What kind of upheaval is taking place on the surface? At some point in time, everything seems to have been spiraling toward an uncontrollable abyss. I think I might wrap it up here for tonight. Just because it's getting late and I don't want to stream for too long. I was hoping I'd be able to get this story done tonight, but probably because I took way too long of a break to go to the bathroom and eat dinner, here we are, and I also got distracted trying to get that hidden achievement, and it's probably wasted a whole bunch of time. But it's neither here nor there. In the end, I'll just have to finish it tomorrow night. So, I think tomorrow I'll start streaming again at the same time as I did tonight. So it'll be 9 p.m. EST, or Eastern Time. I don't see anyone who's there to raid, but so in that case, I guess I'll just end the stream here. But thank you for coming, thank you for sticking around. I know it's been kind of a long stream. I really didn't know it would go for this long, but I didn't really know how long the chapter would be, so... Anyway... Yeah, thank you for coming, and... thank you for sticking around. I hope you had fun. I had fun. And I hope I can see you again tomorrow for the finale of this side story chapter. Okay, I'll see you later. Bye. Good night, everybody.